Tonight marks 111 years since the tragic murder of 8 people in Villisca. To this day, the murders remain unsolved.
These days, many curiosity seekers from eastern Iowa make that 200-mile trip west to see the home where it happened. 100 years later, still many unanswered questions in this horrific case.
8 people dead, 6 of them children, struck with an axe while they slept. Their skulls crushed beyond recognition. A century-old unsolved axe murder, 8 people hacked to death, has intrigued 21st century forensic scientists and investigators. There are still high emotions in the communities.
In the small town of Villisca, there is one story that everyone knows. It isn't often talked about, but if you ask, anyone can tell you the story without missing a beat.
This town in Iowa was a main stop on a railway line. Was one of the theories that there literally could have been a serial killer back there moving along the railways that happened onto this home and this family?
That is the theory that we sort of focused on, and we did visit a number of the other communities, and the crimes are strikingly similar.
This is like on the top 10 of the most scariest places in the United States.
They wiped up the blood, handled the axe, destroyed the crime scene photos, just ruined any ounce of investigation.
So it wasn't a hand axe, it was a full-size axe. And it had to be a powerful person to swing and break skulls. It was mean.
I know there's something there. I can't put my finger on what it is. I wished I could. I'm totally convinced there's something there.
But there's another mystery that draws people to the quaint town of Villisca. A mystery of hauntings and ghosts. Nearly every night as the sun sets, a different group settles into the Moore home, hoping to find the slightest clue or paranormal activity.
Some say it's one of the most haunted houses in the United States. The bloody axe murders that took place in the Moore house in Villisca, Iowa, has been a favorite Midwestern ghost story for a number of years. Well, now a documentary crew will unravel the mystery and tell the world what they think happened the night of the gruesome murders.
Few things are as exciting as finding an old file and have the rubber bands that bind it fall to dust when you try to open it, and you realize that no one has looked at this for 50 years or more. So, well, I'm not a psychiatrist, and so it's speculation on my part,
Sure.
But it was obvious the murder was a psychological murder. It wasn't murder for conventional motives of money and things like that.
In case you haven't heard the story, on the night of June 10th, 1912, 8 people, Josiah Moore and his wife and 4 kids and 2 guests, were bludgeoned to death with an axe in the middle of the night. To this day, the case remains unsolved, and many believe the home where the murders took place is now haunted.
5 seconds. Do you know who did it in your heart of hearts?
Well, as I say, we do explore this possibility that the murders were connected, and that's kind of the way we look at it.
My name is Rachel McCarthy James. In 2013, I believe I solved the Villisca Axe Murders. My dad is Bill James. He is a baseball figure. He was in Moneyball, really changed the face of baseball. But his other passion besides baseball has always been true crime. In fact, I would often see a lot more of those little true crime paperbacks around the house than I would see baseball books around the house. In 2010, he published a book called Popular Crime, and he was trying to figure out a follow-up. One evening, while he was on the treadmill, he saw a documentary called Villisca Living with a Mystery. He started looking into the story. What was basically known at that point was that in June 1912, someone killed 8 people in a farmhouse in Villisca, Iowa. J.B. Moore, his wife Sarah, their children, and 2 neighbor girls named Ina and Lena Stillinger. In the aftermath of the event, the town was torn apart by whether or not this was done by several random figures. A perverted priest, a local business figure who had a rivalry with J.B. Moore, or several other figures. But other researchers, newspaper writers, as well as scholars and genealogists, had made a connection to several other crimes across the country: Oregon, Colorado Springs, Kansas, Indiana. In 2008, after my dad saw this documentary, he started looking online to see if he could find more connections. His belief was that if you went far enough back, then you would be able to find the first crime in this series and then, hopefully, figure out who did it. He was able to find one additional crime in Hurley, Virginia, which is the first chapter of our book, The Man from the Train. At that point, he came to a stop because it's really hard to look through old newspapers online, especially 15 years ago. Newspaper archives are really buggy, they're hard to look through, it's unintuitive search, so he couldn't find anything else. So he hired me, his daughter, who has some facility with computers, having grown up with them, to try and see if I could find anything. Within 2 months, I had found the first crime. Basically, there were a crush of crimes that I found right away that were immediately apparent. Once we figured out the basic parameters of what we were looking for, a whole family killed in the middle of the night with an axe who lived near the train tracks. Once we were able to narrow that down, we were able to find a rush of crimes. We were able to figure out, okay, this guy did not start in 1911. He didn't start in 1910. He didn't start in 1909. We were finding them back as far as 1906, 1905, 1904. So I said, okay, I've got to push back further. Dad thought he was probably, the first crime was probably going to be in 1906 or 1907. But I had just moved back to Kansas from Virginia and I needed a job, so I wanted this gig to keep going. So I kept pushing back further and I kept finding more and more crimes. About 2 months after I started on this project, I was alone one night in my house, which is right next to the train tracks, and I was searching for a crime in Maine that I thought might be likely. And I came across this description on a book on Google Books called The History of the Northampton Police Department from 1600 to 1904. That might not be the exact title, but something like that. A very old police book that was just basically a list of records. It said the man who was behind this crime was surely also the fiend who killed the Newton family in Brookfield, Massachusetts in 1898. His name was Paul Miller, and he was last seen headed for the train. When I read that, I was like, okay, we got something here. So I looked it up, found it, and found that there were so many similarities with the Villisca event. Whole family killed in the middle of the night, back of the axe used, not the blade of the axe, the pole of the axe. Special attention shown to the body of the young daughter, a lamp without its chimney. I believe that the mirrors and windows were covered. And one thing that really cinched it for us is that we figured out that before 1911, 1910, 1909, he often set the house on fire after he killed the family. In this case, there was evidence that he threw the lamp at a bunch of oil-soaked lumber, but the house, for whatever reason, did not catch on fire, preserving all of this evidence. We know that it was Paul Miller, also might be spelled Paul, probably pronounced Paul Mueller these days. We call him Paul Miller because that's how it was often spelled in other newspapers. A lot of, people 115 years ago were not very precious about spelling, so there were a lot of different spelling. The first crime happened on January 9th, 1898. The victims were Francis Newton, his wife Sarah, and their 10-year-old daughter Elsie. The Newtons lived with a man named Paul Miller. Paul was a recent Austrian immigrant, and he didn't have a great reputation around town. He was a little weird, he was short, kind of funny looking. But he also had a reputation as a fantastic carpenter and veterinarian. He was a very skilled man with a lot of experience and a lot of carpentry skills, very hard work. On the evening of January 9th, Francis had a lot of his friends over to show off a sled that he and Paul had built. Paul was there, though some of his friends also had to pay him back $1 and things like that. So general, small town community. So everyone saw them there with Paul. All seemed to be well. That evening, they were walking back. They were walking on a nearby road, and they saw Paul on the way towards the train. And they said, "Hello, Paul, how are you?" Didn't say anything, just walked on by, wearing a weird little cap, which will come up again. 2 days later, they noticed that there was no activity on the Newton farm. Cows hadn't been milked, chickens hadn't been tended to, and this was just not like Newton. He was known to be close with $1, and he was not the kind of person who would neglect his duties on the farm. And there was a dog barking, so they were like, what's going on with this dog? We have to check and make sure that everything's okay. They came to find that the house was locked up tight, something wedged in so that they could not open anything, none of the windows, anything. This happens again and again and again throughout this story. There's often a little dog barking, but one of the big things that we looked for was doors and windows wedged shut so that nobody could open it, and often covered as well. Once they came in, they found total destruction, everyone dead in their beds, blood everywhere, and I believe he left the axe at the scene, as he often did. It was apparent that he used the pole of the axe from the dev state, the pole of the axe rather than let me get an axe real quick and I will show you. So Paul, the man from the train, always used the butt of the axe rather than the blade. This has a few reasons. First of all, the pole is often used as a hammer. That's often with carpenter's axes and smaller axes. He used a big axe like this, but very often you will see with other axe murders, people often use this side. It's blunt, it's easier to use, and also if you use the blade of the axe, sometimes it can get stuck, and that makes it harder to pull out and get things done quickly, which was essential to his schemes. He had to go do it very, very quickly. How Paul Miller came to be Paul Miller is a mystery. He came over from Austria in the mid-90s. He, like I said, gained a reputation, but he didn't earn a lot of goodwill in the community. He was short, he was foreign, he had an accent, he had weirdly spaced teeth. He kind of emanated an angry vibe, is one of the things that we get from the West Brookfield newspapers on the West Brookfield incident. So there's no saying exactly how. I mean, I think there's probably some trauma behind every serial killer, but we can't say anything for sure. In between 1900 and 1910, there were a ton of technological advances made. In 1900, most people didn't have telephones. By 1910, a lot of them did. Newspapers were one of the advances that were growing greatly at this time. Of course, there was already a pretty well-established newspaper system in America, but there's a lot more in 1910 than there were in 1900, and they're much better preserved. So the further we get in time, the better the information is. So the first one after that was in New Jersey, the Van Leeuw family, which was a Black family in New Jersey. Don't know a whole lot about it. It was near a train, small isolated villages. Early on, he tended towards small isolated villages that just basically had a train stop and a few other things. As he went on, he tended towards more populous places. Villisca is a small town. It seems like a small town, but it was a pretty bustling little place back in 1990. It was not really as tiny as some of these places are. Some of these places, there's one in Florida. It's actually technically the worst one. 9 people killed, including a baby. We can't find it on a map. We cannot find it anywhere. We have no idea where we have an idea of where it was. Somewhere in the panhandle of Florida, but the records just are not there. This was in New Jersey, tiny little town with an axe, no robbery. He never robbed anyone. That's an important thing. Sometimes he'd mess with things a little bit, but he was not motivated by robbery or greed here. He was motivated by bloodlust, basically. Okay, and after that, another Black family in Florida. He often targeted Black families. Not sure what that was about. We can probably assume that he was racist. Most white people in 1900 were. One of the most awful stories in this book is the story of the Hodges murder in Statesboro, Georgia in 1904. Family of 5 was murdered with an axe, isolated farm near Colfax, just 3/4 of the mile from the track. White family. So they were murdered with an axe, and a lamp without its chimney was found on a gatepost near the scene of the crime. There was apparently an on the night. No money was taken from the scene or anything like that, and the house was set on fire. So there's not a ton of evidence other than that. This being Georgia in 1904, local Black people were born. A man named Paul Reed and Bill Cato, who did eventually confess to their involvement, but he was about to be lynched, so I don't think that holds up too much. For decades after the Nat Turner murders in the 1830s, white people in the South would basically invent roving bands of Black people who were out to murder white families. In this case, they invented a before-day club in which they were supposed to have plotting crimes against white people and robbing and killing white people. This is just one of many such rumored events. There's another one actually in this same book, Clementine Barnabet. There were a series of Black families murdered with an axe in Louisiana and Texas. And a similar club was blamed on that, as well as voodoo, and eventually an 18-year-old girl who confessed, I believe falsely, to many of these events. Paul Reed and Will Cato were technically convicted after brief trials, but then they were summarily lynched. This was not the only case in which this happened. In Trenton, South Carolina, just a couple of months later, in December 1904, similar event happened. Again, the house was set on fire, murdered with an axe in the middle of the night. There were crimes, we believe, in Jacksonville in Radford, Virginia in December 24th, 1904.
A lot of people were not only suspected of these crimes, but were executed or lynched for them.
I believe we only have one person who was basically legally executed, which would be James Lincas in Radford, Virginia. That was on December 24th, 1904, I believe. His wife and children and child were killed, and then the house was set on fire. In the fire, James Lincas ran away from the house, shouting fire and trying to get his livestock and the lumber near the house away from the house to not contribute to the fire. People found this suspicious, so they decided that he was guilty. 3 months after the crime, less than 3 months after the crime, he was executed. It took like nothing for even a white person, even a fairly prosperous and respectable white person, to be wrongly accused and executed. You know, sometimes I will see people on social media be like, oh, I would have gotten away with so many crimes back in the 1800s. Maybe, but you also might have been falsely accused and summarily executed for it with not a lot of evidence. In July 1906, in a tiny town called Barber Junction, North Carolina, which is basically just a railroad intersection with a name, a farm family was killed in the middle of the night. The middle daughter, Addie, was managed to escape when she smelled smoke in the middle of the night, but everyone else had already been killed with the back of an axe. A local black family, the Gillespies and the Dillinghams, were accused of the crime, and 3 men, Niece Gillespie, his 15-year-old son, John, and Jack Dillingham, were lynched the following month after a sham trial, basically.
Those, in my mind, would be even more victims of the killer.
Absolutely, absolutely. I should note that there is one of the families of the survivors of these crimes disagree with me about my conclusions here. They think that it is jumping to conclusions as much as conclusions were not as much as, but they think it's jumping to conclusions, and that kind of harkens back to another kind of jumping to conclusions. You know, I don't agree with them, but I also respect that point of view. I wanted to mention that in case that's something you wanted to include.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting because this whole theory it's unproven, it's unrecognized by the government.
I believe that there's a connection there, but, you know, I do respect people who don't agree with that. A century ago, we are well beyond the point where we could go beyond a reasonable doubt. Having said that, I do think that the evidence points to this being the man. I don't think that there was anybody else. Whole families being killed are not that common. Murder, yes. A whole family in the middle of the night being killed, not common. I don't see that a lot anywhere else. It's not like a pattern of murder that has continued since that point. But there are so many of this specific type of crime between 1890 and 1920 that I think it is tied to this one person. And I do think he was acting alone. I don't think that he could have I don't think this is the kind of person who could sustain a relationship where they could work together for that long.
If it's true, then that would mean that he was the most prolific serial killer in American history.
One of them, yeah, for sure, yeah.
And he got away with it.
And he got away with it. Well, you never know. There's always the chance that he was about to go kill a family and a farmer just happened to be up and shot him with his gun. There's no way that you would find this weird little guy, probably not know who he is, probably not carrying any identification, and you would just say, oh, this is the guy who's been killing people across America. And also, in most of these cases, I just went through a few, but it's also true in Villisca and the castaways and other cases, people are searching for a logical explanation. And they didn't really have the paradigm of a serial killer. Murdering maniacs, I think they did understand. This is years after the Serpent Girl Annihilator, Jack the Ripper. There was an understanding that sometimes people just like to kill people, but it wasn't a code of an expectation the way it is for us. You know, we've been soaking in true crime culture for 50 years now. We are looking for the serial killers. They were not looking for the serial killers. But one thing that's remarkable is that very often in these cases, early on, a newspaper or a police officer or some other authority figure will say, you know, maybe this was just a maniac who jumped off the train, killed a bunch of people, and then went on his way. They'll say that early on, but they can't live with that uncertainty. So they have to choose someone in their community whom they can blame for it and thus relieve that tension.
This crime spree wouldn't have carried on this far today. But
yeah.
I was reading the book and refreshing before we went to Villisca. It connected in my mind that I had just bought a house in the Heights in Houston, and that is where one of the crimes that you guys said is like the most likely to be connected happened. So
I think so, yeah.
Let's talk about that.
Yes.
So right now I am in the Houston Heights neighborhood in Houston. So strangely enough, Courtney and we just bought a house here in Houston in the Houston Heights neighborhood. And when I was reading The Man from the Train, I was absolutely shocked to find out that one of the Man from the Train murders happened here in the Heights in Houston. And I Googled it, and it was a very short drive from my house to this address, which is insane. The place we are at is 732 Ashland Street. And in 1910, the Axeman, in my opinion, Paul Mueller, struck here. So back at this address in 1910, the Schultz family lived. It was a mother, a father, 2 children, and they had a live-in guest man who sometimes slept with the wife. It was a weird situation. But neighbors that lived around the Schultzes began to notice that their laundry wasn't being attended to. Their doors and windows hadn't been opened for a while. No one was responding. They hadn't seen anyone from the family. So eventually somebody broke into the house and they discovered an extremely gruesome scene. All 5 individuals had been bludgeoned to death with the blunt side of an axe. In some of the newspaper reports that I found online, it was described as the most gruesome murder scene in all of Houston. Now, obviously, these houses are newer, so they aren't original houses, but there are elements from the Man from the Train murders that are really present here, and the authors of the book claim that this is actually one of the crimes that is most definitely committed by the same guy who did the Villisca murders, because the heads of these victims were covered with some sort of a cloth. The bodies had been moved around post-mortem. They were actually stacked up on each other, all 5 of these bodies. There was a young child, a young girl who was murdered here. She was found almost completely. It was extremely gruesome. It was done with the blunt side of an axe. And the old train line is like a stone's throw away from where I'm sitting right now. It's now the hike and bike path here in the Heights, but this was just a natural, logical place for the Man from the Train to strike. But this is a residential neighborhood. I'm trying to be a little chill out here. I can't obviously run up to these people's houses, but it's really interesting to me. It's almost like this case is haunting me. The Man from the Train, the man from Villisca, a place I've investigated now 3 times, he struck in my neighborhood in Houston. And it's like a crime everyone's forgotten about. I mean, this is a really nice little neighborhood. No one would ever guess that 5 people were bludgeoned to death with an axe in a gruesome scene here. I'm just gonna run a short spirit box. Of course, I got all the way here and I realized my damn microphone was dead, but whatever. You know, I'd like to believe that if these spirits are here, their house is gone. Who knows if there's any energy here. I'm sure that there are lots of other people that have died in the houses around here, so maybe one of them saw a suspect. I don't know. I don't really know what I believe in, but let's just see. All right, I want to talk to anybody in this neighborhood, any spirits or energies. If there's somebody here with me, can you just say hi or hello? Yep.
Sick.
I want to ask about the Schultz family who used to live here who were murdered. Do you know the Schultzes? Sure. Do you know what happened to the Schultz family at 732 Ashland Street? Killed and shot. Were they murdered with an axe? Yeah. Were you like a neighbor or somebody, or is this a member of the Schultz family? Who am I talking to? Nobody. Can you identify yourself? So I want to talk about that night in 1910 when that family was murdered. Did you see the guy who murdered the family? Can you describe the guy who killed that family? What did he look like? Killed him. Was he short? Was the guy who killed the Schultzes a short guy? Where did this man come from? Did the killer come from the train? Did he have dark hair? Short. Was his name Paul? Who was he? Religious? Tell me more about him. Was he the same guy that murdered a lot of other families? What did he look like? Was he kind of greasy and short? And why did he pick the Schultzes? Did the same guy who murdered this family get back on the train and murder more? Was his name Paul Mueller? Tell me one more time, just describe in your own words what the guy who murdered the Schultzes looked like. Why did he do it? Could you tell why he did it? And did the killer the young child? Did the man walk back to the train after he killed the family? Did the killer go back to the train? Thanks for talking to me. Is there anything else you want to say about the Schultzes or the person that murdered them? Well, that was interesting. It's honestly strange. Sitting here, I didn't think would be eerie at all, but I kept thinking that I was like, when I'd look to my right, there was somebody sitting in my passenger's seat. Almost like, I don't know if you've ever seen The Innkeepers, that movie, but there's a really creepy ghost in that movie, and I, for some reason, saw a flash of that, like, sitting right next to me. I got this kind of eerie vibe. This is just the beginning of our investigation, and this is a bonus. Got some interesting answers there that sounded like it said short. I thought I heard Paul. Some other weird responses. I don't know. Maybe this is a neighbor's ghost. Maybe it's the Schultz family spirit. I mean, all these houses are gone, so none of these, you know, spirits from any of these events, or even people who died in their family houses, the houses aren't really here anymore. But this mystery goes very far. And also, isn't this kind of creepy? This window right next to me. Yeah, that's definitely a creepy little shadow for me to be looking at. But I guess let's just keep going.
So the Cassaways were a mixed race family living in San Antonio in 1911. It's interesting that this is the event where we have the most details connecting it to Villisca, besides Newton. I really see it as kind of like a tentpole among those three events. And it's also interesting because Louis Cassaway is one of the people that we have the most information about in terms of his biography before the crime. J.B. Moore we knew a lot about, but most of these people we really have almost no details about. But Louis Cassaway led a life that left a mark. There are a lot of stories about him in the local newspaper. He clearly had a lot of friends, was really engaged politically. For example, there's a great little sign. So in 1898, there was a squabble in the local Republican primary. The Black Caucus in the primary in the party walked out, but then both sides came together to record the following statement to thunderous applause. Resolved that this convention rejoice in the fact that past differences in our party have been wiped out, and we agree to work for harmony and success and for the principles of our party in the future, which I really like. So Louis, he had a high profile social life. His birthday parties were noted in the local paper. You know, newspapers were a little more less newsy and a little bit more social back in the day. Often you'll go through and you'll see Miss N. Lewis is going to visit her sister in Kansas City for 2 weeks. blah, blah. She expects to visit with Miss Lucas or something like that. So we have a lot of those he was the kind of person who sent in those items about themselves. And he was married to a younger white woman, but apparently there was no real controversy about this. They did marry in Mexico when she was only 16, which isn't great by our eyes, but you know what? They stayed together for 2 years. This was in March 1911, so about a year and change before the Villisca event. They had 3 children, Josie, Louise, and Alfred Carlisle. They had visitors the night before the crime. Neither of them were drinkers, but they had gone out to get a bucket of beer for their guests. So this is the most urban event in the series of events. San Antonio is a pretty big city now, but even by the standards of 1911, it was a bustling city. There was a lot going on. This is a paragraph from the San Antonio Light and Gazette on the day after the murders. That the person who committed the crime was deliberate in his fearful work of slaughter is shown by the condition of things found upon the arrival of the officers. The faces of Louis Cassaway and his wife were found covered with a cloth. In the window near where Louis Cassaway lay, a pillow had been placed. A pillow was also found in a window near the head of the woman, and a blanket had been spread across the north window of this room. Josie Cassaway was killed while lying on the bed nearest the wall of the north room, as shown by the blood at that spot. The body, however, had been picked up and afterwards thrown near the foot of the bed, the head being bent back farther than was the largest portion of the body. Other conditions in the room indicated that the murderer was in no hurry to leave. In each killing, the blunt end of an axe had been used. So this is a lot of his different, basically, fetishes. He loved to cover windows and the heads of the people who had been killed with cloth, blanket, night clothes, or a pillow. He often stayed in the room and over the body of the youngest child of one of the children. He very often moved the bodies, and again, the blunt side of the axe and the locking up of the house afterwards. This is a lot of his signature elements. He would often leave a oil lamp without the chimney, the big piece of glass on it. He would often take that off and leave the lamp just lying there. But we don't have that here, but otherwise it's just pitch perfect. This is exactly what he would do every single time. It's just very well reported because San Antonio was a developed city, and a lot of these other places didn't have a newspaper reporter who was really on the ball like that.
It is crazy even to read that news report and think of how they could almost be talking about Villisca or talking about another place. It's like they're all the exact same.
It is. It's crazy. It was wild to find that. And I've never really been that fixated on mystery solving or anything like that. I enjoy a mystery, but it was just right there for me to kind of follow the clues. I'm sure if I hadn't found it, someone would have gotten to me first.
How many people were killed in total?
We believe about 100. There's about 100 people whose names are listed in this book. We believe that there are some we have not found. Either they were not recorded by the newspapers at the time, or they weren't found, or just, the pieces weren't connected so that we could pick up on them after. And also, we're not positive that every single story in this book is definitely connected. Like I said, some of these are low information events where we barely know the names of these people. In one case, we literally don't know the names. There's a family in Florida, a black family. Their names could be Kelly, Kathy, Smith, Coffee. We're really not sure what their name was. And it's hard to say anything, we try not to be definitive, but it's hard to make a, serious claim when you're working with that little information. But you never know if we put this in the book, you never know what's going to happen, where somebody might know where some newspapers have been stashed. A genealogist might want to do some research on their own. It might be a murder in your family that you're always wondered about. So, we tried to opt for, if we even thought that they could maybe be included, we included them, just for the sake of not forgetting these horrible murders. And of course, one thing that's really struck me, I knew this going after writing The Man from the Train, but while writing Whack Job has really struck me. There's so many murders. Sometimes I'll see people making fun of true crime podcasts, haven't they run out of murders yet? Never. They will never run out of murders. It's not a super common human activity. You're probably not going to know more than a couple of people in your whole life who are murdered. But over the course of human events, there are just so many crimes.
Also, there was the Kansas murders right before Villisca.
So one thing about the Paola event is that by 1912, he was getting a little bit less picky. One thing that really distinguishes one of his crimes from not one of his crimes is the presence of children. We believe he was fixated on children. There's a lot of evidence about him at the scene in Villisca. It's less conclusive with the other ones, but there's a lot of like oblique references to it that wouldn't offend Victorian newspaper readers, which is kind of funny because they were reading this bloody crime to get a vicarious thrill, but can't mention on the floor. By 1912, he was getting a little bit less picky, and he was just kind of striking wherever he could, rather than figuring out whether or not there were kids there. There were no kids in the Paola event, but a lot of the other things are there. It's right near the train tracks, no robbery, came in through a window, middle of the night, committed with an axe. I believe the door was locked and everything. So he was really working in geographical area, in like the same geographical areas. The Colorado Springs event is another one. 2 families were killed side by side the same night. But there's also, the Hurley event in 1909 in Virginia was followed not very long after by one in Beckley, West Virginia, which is, not super close, but only about 100 miles or so away. The Georgia one is followed by a Florida one, which is followed by a South Carolina one. So he worked in the same geographical area. In 1911 and 1912, he was really hitting the Midwest hard.
And so the theory would be to kind of explain to people, he just randomly got off the train in Villisca and just randomly picked people to kill.
My dad always says that he can drive by a house and know whether or not it was the one that he would have picked, because my dad thinks that he picked partially because he saw children's toys in the yard. So that's what he was looking for. A house, obviously occupied, dark at night, no one's up late at night. Insomniacs have an advantage here. And children's toys in the yard. It seems random, and to a certain extent it is. I think he just kind of randomly picked when he would jump off. I think he would have a job nearby. He'd ride the rails, jump off, walk through town. I do think he did some reconnaissance first. I think he would walk through and see what the towns were like beforehand. And he would pick a house, stalk it. We believe sometimes he stayed in like the barn or something like that. And then he would come into the house at night, usually through a window, and kill the whole family.
And what was up with the covered mirrors and faces? Was that just something weird that he kind of was into?
I mean, hard to say. Maybe it speaks to shame that he didn't want to have these battered heads staring at him while he was enjoying himself afterwards. Covered mirrors, maybe he didn't want to look at himself. Could be some kind of weird morning ritual that's been twisted in his mind. Covering the windows, I mean, I think that's practical, it seems like to me, just to keep people from noticing until he's way out of town. And you got to wonder, it makes sense to burn the house down at first because it seems like that leaves no evidence. But after a while, it it gets rid of evidence, but also it attracts a ton of attention and maybe makes for him not being able to get away as quickly. So he stopped doing that after a while and just left the house, which left him a little bit more time to get away. So there's a lot of weird stuff. Why did he leave the chimney off of the lamp? Why not a hammer instead of an axe? And really, we can only, we have these biographical details about Paul. We know he was short, Austrian. We know he was a good lumberjack, good carpenter, good sailor. We know he had weird teeth. We know a few other biographical details about him. He was very, very stocky, very strong. But ultimately, we don't have the insight into his background or childhood that would allow us to say, this is why he did X, Y, Z. It's part of the mystery, I'd say.
And I guess, what's the takeaway from the book for you? Like, after your whole journey, researching all of this, gathering all this data, coming to this conclusion, what's like your thoughts on this whole thing?
Thoughts on the whole thing? It's a good question. I don't know if I've been asked that.
And I guess why do you think, even back then, authorities failed to connect any of these dots when looking back 100 years later? It's so obvious.
Well, for one thing, police departments, I'm not going to go on about how great police departments are now or anything, but they are a lot better funded and have a lot more resources than we do now. And also there's a lot of pressure for them to solve a murder immediately, which can sometimes lead to bad outcomes as well. You'll see people getting accused of crimes that they clearly didn't commit pretty frequently. So one thing I think we have a much better understanding of how and why people murder now, especially extreme events. I think we have a much better body of study on why these extreme events happen and how we can notice it and catch those people. People don't randomly kill children. They just do not. If someone is killing children and it's not immediately obvious who it is, one thing that really frustrated me about the stories in The Man from the Train is that people would see children murdered and they would just assume that their neighbors and people that they'd known all their life had done this. This was particularly true with Frank Jones. They thought Frank Jones and Villisca did it. Over his daughter-in-law, his son being a business rivalry. People do kill over that thing, but they will kill other adults. Killing children is beyond that. You've got to be a really special kind of up to do that. And I think one thing that really disturbed me about that was how willing people were to accuse people in their community of killing children.
For people online, what happened to Paul?
What happened to Paul? I have a couple of theories about what happened to Paul. The first thing is that he got killed. He got murdered while he was trying to be murdered. This is kind of what I hope happened to him, is that he was sneaking onto somebody's house property late at night, and somebody with a case of insomnia happened to be up with a gun and shot him. Not in favor of gun violence, but if anybody deserves it, it's that guy. The other thing that happened, and I do think this is possible, I'm about 50-50 on this. Last one in our book that we're pretty confident on is in 1914. What's happening right after that? World War I, Austria. So good chance, he had a lot of skills. He was an experienced sailor, experienced carpenter, vet, all of these things. He could have, seen the heat coming, seen people connecting him to connecting that the Villisca event was connected to other events and thought, okay, I got to get out of here. I got to go back to Austria, join up, satisfy my bloodlust through war. We do connect it to another famous mystery in Hinterkaifeck near Munich, Germany in 1922, March 1922. There was a family, very weird family, a lot of incest. Don't want to go down too much about these murder victims and how weird they were, but it was a, very isolated family. They were murdered in a random event. Not a murder. People thought it was a murder at first, but the patriarch of the family was also murdered in this event. Footprints in the snow leading out of the woods, no footprints away from the snow. They were killed with a mattock, which is a type of pickaxe, not quite the same as a regular axe. The bodies had been stacked on top of each other. I mentioned that he often moved the bodies around. Sometimes he would just stack them on top of each other. In fact, in one of the other Texas events, the Schultzes, he stacked them directly on top of each other. So that's another thing that's connecting Hinterkaifeck to the events in America. Never been solved. The house was burned down in 1923, and we believe that the murderer lingered after the event.
But that would mean that Paul surfaced years afterwards,
still killing.
In Germany.
Yeah, I don't think he stopped killing. If he survived, I'm sure he continued to kill people. One thing is that his murders really escalated. They were more tightly spaced geographically, but also temporally. In the early 1900s, there would be at least a few months, but sometimes years between these events. By the time we get to 1910, 1911, he's killing someone, sometimes two families in a night. Sometimes it's just a week between events. So he was really in a frenzy to a certain extent. And another thing about him that's interesting to look at from the beginning to the end is that he was much, much more practiced by the end. It's not easy to kill a whole family in the middle of the night without one of them escaping and catching you. He was really very good at wielding that axe in the way he did, knowing exactly where to strike, exactly how to strike, how to get up the stairs without being heard, how to be fast enough to kill these people before they woke up, basically. Oh, I also haven't mentioned, he was a lumberjack. We believe he was going from place to place. So I think a lot of it was about using the axe in this way he used the axe professionally, and now he was using it basically in his hobby. So I think that was very satisfying for him. That's one thing that Dad and I talked about a lot when we were working on the book.
So do you think at the end of the day, the FBI will ever reopen these cases and solve this thing?
No, I don't think so. I mean, you know, there's no blood, there's no DNA evidence, there's no way you can come to a really firm 100% conclusion. And it's so somber and so sad and such a terrible terrible series of events from so many perspectives. The racism of it, the lynchings, it's just it's overwhelming in so many ways.
It seems like it's almost cursed to forever be a mystery because it happened so long ago.
Yeah.
So after talking with Rachel, we knew that there was only one place that we could go to that would give us the answers that we were seeking. Was Paul Mueller the most prolific serial killer in American history? Was he the real Axeman behind the Villisca murders? We knew that we had to go to Villisca to find out.
All right, everybody. Tonight we are in Villisca, Iowa. So, as you've seen, we have been on the trail of this serial killer for a while now. And at this point, we are actually headed to the location where I think we could best make contact not only with victims, but possibly traces of the killer to see if we can confirm the theory that Paul Mueller was the man who murdered not only these people in Villisca, but almost 100, could be more than 100, could be less than 100 people across America in what could be America's largest serial killing spree. I mean, how crazy is that?
That's crazy. Using the rail line.
Using the rail line. All the facts in this case line up and are consistent with this Paul, the guy who's the man from the train.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And like I just said, obviously we felt like to actually get to the bottom of this killing spree and see if we could finally provide some clarity on who carried out these killings, we had to come to Villisca. Now look around, guys. How small of a town is Villisca?
Very. What was it? Like 1,500 people? 1,200 people.
Yeah, and sitting in the center of this town is a magnetic negative anomaly. It's this, I mean, just wait. Connor's never been here. Mary and Jeff and I, Mama Spooks, Papa Spooks and I, we've been here in the past. Connor hasn't. And I think it's interesting. We have the chance to investigate this house differently than anybody ever has in the past. We could change history tonight if we prove this. Yeah. And it's all in this book. Definitely, I would recommend, if you've enjoyed this episode so far, pick up a copy of The Man from the Train. Oh shit, there it is.
Wow.
Third time's a charm.
Yeah. Imagine all that violence just in that one little spot.
Right. It's a very small house. Even on YouTube, people don't really get it. It's a very tiny house.
The 2 adults and 6 children slaughtered with an axe.
The blunt side of an axe, most of them. Every time you come here, it's just as eerie as the last time. And those Amityville windows.
Yes.
Oh, it's
always an earmark of a haunted house, is Amityville farm windows. Well. Wow.
Oh, there it is.
Here we are, guys.
Real impressive.
From Texas to Iowa, on the trail of what could be America's deadliest serial killer.
Right. There's so much mystery.
Wow. I'm excited to see. I mean, maybe we can make some connections tonight.
Villisca, man. Sure looks just as creepy as the last 2 times we've been here.
Oh, yeah.
I've never been here.
Yeah. What do you think? Look creepy?
You could say that.
All right, guys.
Okay.
Going in?
Yep,
Sure.
let's do it.
Remember this door opened by itself last time we were here?
It did.
Yeah, on camera. It swung open and then slammed. This house has a very eerie vibe to it. All of us think of all the different houses we've done over the years. I don't think there's any place that feels like Villisca. Hey everybody, I just want to introduce ourselves. I know you've met me, my mom and my dad. This guy's new. If you remember me though, I'm Colin.
My name's Mary.
I'm Jeff.
My name's Connor.
We just want to talk to you guys tonight. I know it's hard trudging up those details, but if you can come out and speak with us, we would love that.
Is dredging?
I don't think so.
Dredging.
Dredging is the word. As soon as I said that. Is there anybody here with us? Could you knock like this?
Again, we're back here, and we'd sure like to communicate more this time, so could you just let us know you're here?
Someone's trying to communicate it with us.
It's hungry stomachs.
Lunch.
It's manipulating my stomach.
Yeah.
I can feel it.
Like almost like someone getting out of a chair. Another one. I think right above us in that little attic area.
That's crazy.
Hello?
There's like footsteps upstairs.
It's loud. Wanna go up there?
Is there anybody up there? I thought I just heard like a baby like
Thank you for that. What do you guys think? You want to go upstairs?
Let's go up. This room is so eerie.
Stuffy.
Just the energy up here is.
It's definitely different up here.
Last time we were here, I had some little children that wanted to play with me. Is there anybody here that wants to play?
Oh, look at those dolls in there.
Creepy.
That's a little creepy. That was not there last time.
No.
What the hell?
Oh, can you imagine him hiding in there?
It's a little covenant.
It's creepy.
There, waiting for us.
It's strange, even like right now, I feel like there's like something watching us.
Yeah.
There's weird pressure in here.
There is. It's kind of fun to come in the daylight and just no equipment, just cameras. What was that?
Like you said, for me coming up the stairs to here, there's more pressure in my head.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Pop my ears.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that weird? Just that little.
That's interesting. Pressure in the head. Everyone was hitting the head with an axe.
Oh my gosh,
I
that's
didn't
true.
even think about that.
Right.
It is weird though, pressure. But I could pop my ears too.
Come into the
Any members of the Moore family? Lena? Ina? Stillinger?
Mm-hmm.
Is there anybody here? I was like, it's really quiet, whatever we're hearing.
It's gonna be dark in here tonight. Way creepier.
Yeah. This place is really creepy at night.
Oh, it's creepy now.
It's creepy now, so that's not a good sign.
Is this open?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Scared me.
See, now everybody online, they say, he's gonna kill Papa Spook someday. That's what's not now. They got me. You got me.
I mean, when someone opens up a closet in a haunted place,
Yeah.
it's like, you kind of got it.
That's a great place to go. Close one of you guys in tonight.
Perfect, you can go in.
Yeah.
I think
We could do the Estes. Someone can sit in there by themselves.
Yeah, we're gonna
Maybe-
lock you in the room
Connor,
over there.
Run the cord underneath here. In there.
Yeah.
Cord.
Yeah, like for the Estes.
Why couldn't I just bring the spirit box in there?
That's a
No
good point.
manipulating.
True. There you
Bring it
go.
out here.
Authentic. Well, all right, guys. We're gonna wait for Johnny to come visit us. Johnny, if you'll remember, is the guy we talked to last time we were here at the Axe Murder House. He's very knowledgeable about the history of this property. And yeah, anybody who's here, we're here to speak tonight. We're coming with really good intent and positive energy. So,
Want some answers.
yeah, we just want to speak.
My name's Johnny Hauser. I've been at the Villisca Axe Murder House for over 20 years now. I know every bit of this inside and out, the story, the haunting, you name it. I'm your guy.
Well, looks like we came back to the right guy then.
Right. Back again, back for more. And you know, I honestly wonder if the house, I know the answer to this, but if the house remembers people. And the answer is yes, for sure. Like, I've had a lot of people over the 20 years come back again and again, and it's like the house is like, oh, hey, you're back. All right, we can pick up where we left off. So June 9th, 1912, town of Villisca had a church service. Got over about 10 p.m., and this was like an end of Bible school event. The Moores come home with Ina and Lena Stillinger, who were just friends of the family. Ina and Lena lived about 3 miles out in the country. And the big plan was that their school teacher was going to meet them that morning, walk them home. Well, that morning, Mary Peckham, the neighbor, is up at about 5 a.m. By 8:30, she decides something's just not right. So she gets a relative to use his key on the inside door in the parlor room. He walks in the downstairs bedroom, finds Ina and Lena. Runs out, gets the authorities. They go upstairs, find the entire Moore family. So you got 6 people, 6 kids, 2 adults, 8 total, all killed in bed. It's almost like they just went to sleep and had no idea what happened, hopefully. Mirrors were covered in the house, food left at the table, bloody water, cigarette butts, footprints, all destroyed by half the town, trampling around looking at it. And we can walk in here and go in Ina and Lena's room.
There's a distinct smell around here. It's like sweet.
Yeah. It's it kind of has that old mothball smell, that old grandma house smell. There was one time, I walked upstairs and there's a strong smell of urine, and I was just like, dude, is that me? Dang. Went outside, came back in, gone. So it's interesting the phantom smells that are throughout the house. So this bedroom was Catherine's room. Everybody calls it Ina and Lena's room, but it's actually Catherine's bedroom. She slept upstairs while her friends took her room. Before that, they rented this out to vagrants that would sleep here. It was also doubled as Sarah's sewing room. This is also the room where the dude in 2014. There's church. The world famous Axe Murder House cat.
The Villisca.
So the guy was sitting on this bed provoking, said he saw a light in the closet, woke up in the emergency room. He had a knife about yay big on his side, shoved through his chest. He was doing a solo session in here. His friends were out in the barn. They thought the time was up. They came in to check on him. Here he sat with the knife in his chest, and they life-flighted him out of here. But also in the 60s, a guy was sharpening his knife with a sharpening stone at the kitchen table, and the kid said he's just sharpening it and went through his hand and snapped out of it, wrapped his hand up, they left. So once, maybe twice, there's a pattern happening here. So
that is weird.
Yeah.
And with obviously the axe murders.
Right. Yeah, the axe murders on top of it. Yeah. So if anyone has a knife tonight, just don't. Just leave it out in the barn. I sympathize with the guy. Everybody online's like, oh, he's crazy. He did this, he did that. I talked to the dude for hours. He's as normal as you and me. He said he was sitting there provoking, trying to get a rise out of the house. Just felt out of it, and there's many times I've been in this house to where I just felt out of it, half drunk or something, to where I'm like, what am I doing? I gotta get out of here. And you guys know that. Mm-hmm. There's a very Amityville mental manipulation thing happening here.
It's weird. We said when we were driving up, once again, it's got the Amityville windows too.
Yeah.
The farm windows.
Yeah. Also, Reverend Kelly said a shadow gave him the axe, felt like he's led beyond his own control, killed everyone, and the shadow told him to kill. Ronald DeFeo, his first confession, said a shadow gave him the weapon, told him to kill, felt like he's led beyond his own control. Same confession, almost word for word. 8 people killed, no one wakes up. Amityville, 6 people killed, no one wakes up. It's very, very weird. 1 week after this, a priest is driving in Erling, Iowa, gets run off the road because a shadow runs in front of him. It's 1 week later, and that started the year-long Erling exorcism, which a lot of that was the basis for The Exorcist. I know the St. Louis house was the actual, but the idea of Reagan crawling up on the wall on the ceiling, that was Erling, Iowa. If you get on Google and type in Begone Satan, it's the priest's journal, his diary, day by day what happened, in PDF format, sanctioned by the Catholic Church.
Really?
Yeah.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
How close is that?
About an hour away.
Really?
Yeah.
And what happened?
So this girl was supposedly by her father, which is what started the possession. They did a year-long exorcism. Nuns were quitting at this convent. Priests were quitting. It's day by day what happened. She crawled up on the wall, on the ceiling, like it's The Exorcist, the movie basically, but in the 1800s, or maybe in the early 1900s actually.
I've literally never heard that story.
Yeah, nobody has.
Crazy.
And that was about an hour from here. And what started that was the priest said a shadow crossed in front of him 1 week after Reverend Kelly said a shadow gave him the weapon. The shadow, I want nothing to do with, ever. Like, I'm good. Like, leave me alone, man. But what's weird about it, I had a lady, she asked if she could take pictures in the house. I'm like, yeah, go for it. She brought out an old tintype camera from like the Civil War era. I'm like, wow, that's super weird. About an hour later, she comes out in the bar and she's like, thank you. And I was like, is that an old tintype camera? She's like, yeah. I goes, oh man, I always wanted my picture done with one of those. She goes, I got 1 tin left. I'm like, can we, please? So we go up in the attic. I'm posed in front of the Amityville windows. You know, I'm trying my best gunslinger pose, trying to be tough and cool looking. She's got her light meter out because there's no flash on this camera. She's like, it's way too dark. It's not going to turn out, but it's already taken, so just sit there. Go through the whole process. The picture did turn out, and she sent it to me, and it's me sitting there, the Amityville windows behind me, there's a lens flare right here in front of me, but there's a shadow behind me. And I never thought anything of it until I looked at it one day. I'm like, there's no light source coming from in front of me to cast a shadow behind. Like, you can see the lens flare from the light behind me. I had 3 photography majors from different colleges come by to try and duplicate it. The last one's like, I'm not even going to take any pictures. Like, there's no way a shadow could be behind you. So we got looking at it. The shoulders were different. The head was different. So it's like, was that Shadow Man posing like with a glamour shot with me? You know, like super creepy, you know, but one of those things.
It is a little creepy.
Yeah.
I would say.
I mean, I'm glad he likes me. And
for now.
Right.
Don't speak too soon, man.
For now. Oh, man. I feel like Church is the protector of the whole house. She's got this.
Church is very cute.
Yeah.
It's funny, you wouldn't imagine anything cute in the Axe Murder House.
And this cat always wants to be over here. Like, I'll take her over to my house. As soon as the door opens, she sprints right over here. As soon as this door opens, she sprints in my house. It's like, this is her place to be. She loves this place.
So fun. We had a question. This book on the ground, whatever that is.
Okay, so that's to replicate the bacon.
Oh.
There's all this talk about the bacon being like a sexual thing. So the reality of it is Sarah Moore cured bacon, and back then you'd rub it down with salt, you'd wrap it in cheesecloth, put it in a dark place to cure for a month. She didn't use the pantry because there was a window and the sunlight would come in. She used this closet down here to cure the bacon. And the bacon slab was actually found like that. Over the years, it's turned into the bacon was a sexual whatever. No, the bacon was sitting there like that, wrapped up in cheesecloth. Sarah cured bacon. Like, it never was a thought until about 10 years ago. And then it turned into this big, weird sexual thing.
So there's no crime scene photos of any of this?
Nothing. Nothing at all. There's one photo, supposedly, that was found in a vault in a basement in a store in Villisca, and it's right here. It's a dresser with a sheet covering and the axe next to it. Totally made up. Totally fake. They recreated that when they did the Villisca Living with a Mystery DVD in the early 90s. And now it's like being circulated as fact. It's not. There's no crime scene photos. There's nothing. Sadly, you know. I wish there was. I wish we had a scene of any of it, but we don't.
I wonder why they did.
So Ross Moore came down The brother, who is the first in the house, he sees all these people wandering around the house. Women are wiping up the blood, men are passing the axe around. Sees a guy setting up a camera to take pictures. Gets mad, throws him off the front porch, breaks the camera. It's the only camera in Villisca.
No.
That was it.
That's crazy.
Is that the pharmacist?
Yeah, the pharmacist, for sure. The pharmacist was the only one with a camera. Ross threw him off the porch, broke it.
No more cameras.
There's no cameras. There's no photos. And it's sad because we maybe could have got something from that, but in 1912, I mean, emotions are running wild. They didn't know anything about forensics or crime scene investigation. Like, he just seen this guy taking pictures. He's like, what are you doing? At the same token, the medical examiners in this room doing a time of death for Ina and Lena, which was a raise a hand, time how long it took to drop, rigor mortis test. All these people are running around. He's like, what are you doing? Will you get these people out of here? And the cop's like, oh, as soon as I throw them out the front porch, they come in the back. I mean, it's chaos. Total chaos. Total ridiculousness. Yeah. It's just... Truth of the matter is, almost everything in this case is speculation. The killer hid in the attic. Oh, yeah? Who is it then? How do you know this? The killer rode the train. Everyone rode the train. The killer hid in the basement. Basement wasn't even here when this happened. That was built after the fact to put a hot water heater furnace. Killer hid in the barn staring out of a knot hole on the second floor. Original barn didn't have a second floor. Like, all these rumors, all this theory that we have today, 100% speculation. We have no idea. No clue. Maybe the guy hid in the attic. You know, we don't know a thing. This is the parlor room where, I mean, everybody just kind of hung out. One of Sarah's nightgowns was ripped in half and covering this door. We didn't want to rip this in half, so we just put it on there. When Ross Moore came in, he came in this door, lit a match, walked in that room. The kitchen had the food left at the table, candles under the stove, bloody water by the back door. Most of the carnage and weird stuff was upstairs, for sure. And we can go ahead and go upstairs if you guys want to. And
let's do it.
So, this was the parents' bed. Joe was on the outside, Sarah on the inside. Mirrors covered throughout the house. One of the big axe marks left behind from the back swing. What's kind of interesting, Sarah was the only one with sharp blows to the head. Everybody else was hit with a blunt end. So if the idea of the killer coming from the attic, if he hit Joe with a blunt part, and then made the conscious decision to flip it around to get Sarah with a sharp edge, why was she different? Why was she way different than everyone else in the house? Was she the target? Big pool of blood at the top of the steps that didn't match the blood here. Joe had one of his arms hanging off the bed, which blood pulled down in his hand in Sarah's shoe. Didn't match up with that. So it's like the killer hit these two, walked over there, heard something, and just froze. Detective said he basked in his fiendish glory. I don't think he basked in his fiendish glory. I think he heard something and just like went silent. Maybe one of the kids was like, Mom? Dad? And he just stood there. Went in, killed them. The two downstairs went and came back, killed them again, back down again. But just guessing. We don't know. The attic is right through there. Got quite the doll collection in the attic. I don't know if the big doll was here when you guys came. Oh boy. Okay, so I'm driving down the road and I see this doll on the side of the road. I have to take this doll. So I took this doll. I shipped it off to 100 other haunted locations just to marinate and soak up that energy. It gets back here. I have all this dirt from Ed Gein's farmland, Jeffrey Dahmer's apartment building, Manson murder sites, Black Dahlia murder site, like all these weird places I go to. I always dig dirt and keep it. I decided to fill up that doll with all that dirt combined. And my big joke was I want to create my own Annabelle, sell it to Zach Baggins and retire. So I get the doll back here, fill it with all the dirt. I decided to drain all the dirt out of it because I didn't want it everywhere in the house, so I just threw it out in the yard. Like, yeah, that was probably dumb. Now it's forever on the property. I put the doll in that closet or in the attic. All of a sudden, all these letters start coming in the mail. Please tell the doll I'm sorry for taking its picture and blah, blah, blah. All these reports come from the doll. I had 3 investigative teams, probably within a year's time, tell me they've asked the doll's name, and all 3 of them have got the same name. These are months apart from each other. These people don't even know these exist. And the name of the doll that they got was Emily. So I'm just kind of like, uh-oh, whoopsie guys, my bad. Like, is this working? You know? So it was my attempt to create my own Annabelle, and things seem to be happening a lot with the doll. There was one YouTube group that I watched the episode, and their night was classic Axe House night, and they kept getting EVPs of the killer is in the doll and a certain name. And I'm trying to match up a name with any of these murder sites to see if that's what's happening. But it's the big doll in the big chair with the hair missing and the legs missing. So
was that? Remember when we did Malvern? Josh said he had a doll from Villisca.
Yeah.
That doll?
Yeah. No, it's a different doll. Different doll. In fact, the doll that Josh was talking about we keep passing it back and forth. It's at Malvern right now.
Nice.
It came here, and there was a group of girls in a paranormal team, and they gave the doll a makeover. Like, put makeup on it, did its hair with bobby pins and a little pink headband, and it's like, oh, the doll's kind of cute. You know, that's a nice glow up, you know. And I ended up taking it back to Malvern, and where it's sitting now, but she's a lot less scary because she's pretty. Like, she got the makeover and she's looking hot, you know. But the one in the chair, I mean, that doll has been to all of the most haunted places around the country, filled with all that murder dirt. Like, it was a joke to me. Of course, I'm not going to make my own Annabelle. Okay. And then all these letters started coming, and it's like, oh boy. It's honestly to the point now where I'm thinking I might have to take it out of the house and put it in like a case or something. Really? There's a lot of like violent stuff coming from the doll where I'm like, oh man.
Could you just put it in a case in there? Leave it in there?
I could. You know, I don't want it in my house in a case. Yeah. Like as conjuring dirt from the Conjuring house and the Amityville house and like all these haunted locations, the freaking Manson murder, like Spawn Ranch, like Cielo Drive, from, you know, like all this stuff I've gone to that I think's interesting. And what started me doing that was we didn't have money when I was growing up. So if I wanted a t-shirt from a place on vacation, Mom would be like, oh, take a rock. Dig some dirt, that's more special. I'm like, no, that's called poverty, Mom. Yeah. Same with the ramen noodles. Like, but I'll take dirt everywhere I go to, and I just filled that doll with it, and yeah, it's kind of getting hairy a little bit. So up here is one of the axe marks left behind from the backswing of the axe. As he's hitting him with a blunt in, the blade's facing back, he comes back like this, cutting into the ceiling, hitting the back of the wall, leaving marks in the wall and the ceiling. So it was not a quiet crime whatsoever.
What about blood? How bloody would it have been?
It's interesting you ask how bloody it would have been. On the 100-year anniversary, we had a forensics group come in and they wanted luminol in the house. And they were going to show me the blood splatter, and I'm like, it's been 100 years, come on. They go, well, back then they would have just wiped it visibly clean. They go, there's only one thing that will get rid of blood splatter, and that's peroxide. And in my head, I'm like, peroxide, you know? They go, you can paint over it, you can bleach over it, you can do whatever, we'll find it. Because it's the iron in the blood that reacts with the luminol. So they luminol throughout the house, and in every historic spot that I know of the blood splatter, it was there. Made it up to here, went into the kids' room, and I just told them, it's like, I don't want to see this anymore. Like, I'm a huge horror movie guy, and when I went in the kids' room, it was too much. So, like, each backswing of the axe is going to send cast off on the ceiling, on the walls, all over the floors. It pulled up so much on the floor in there, it ran down the metal grate into the living room. But there was also horizontal splat marks, which adds up to the detective saying, looked like he took the axe and celebrated in a manic frenzy, which was taking the axe like this around his head, creating the horizontal splat marks. I'm a big Jason, Mike Myers guy, and it was like real life that, which seeing it in the movies, one thing, seeing it in real life and knowing it's real little kids, like, nope, I want to see this. I want to look at it. Like, turned my stomach. It was everywhere. And so if you can imagine being the detective on the scene, knowing these people, walking up here and seeing blood everywhere. The walls, the ceiling, the floors, like, that's something you won't ever forget, man.
Where was it concentrated the most? When you saw it?
So, I mean, like, without being gross, like, every hit would up like this. It would, like, splatter up like that. This, splatter up. As he's coming back like this, splattering across the ceiling, really concentrated here. The kids' room is just everywhere. I mean, it's everywhere. You know, you got 4 kids in that room. Each hit 10 to 15 to 20 times a piece. Coming back like this, every angle, cutting up the ceiling, everywhere in that room. The ceiling, the floor, the walls, it was just, you know, it's everywhere. Like somebody took a glow stick and just went like that. I mean, kids' room was the worst, sadly.
Okay.
Which
4 bodies.
Yeah.
That Mexican restaurant was Casa de Oro.
Yeah. Here we are in the kids' room where Herman, Paul, Boyd, and Catherine were all found. The ceiling is tore up with axe marks. You can see the bad patching jobs. There's a mark on the side of the wall over there from the backswing of the axe. It's just, the youngest in here is 5 years old. You know, like, who could look at a 5-year-old and do this? And then eat a meal afterwards. You know, it's like a certain kind of psycho, for sure. Anytime I've ever investigated, I just plop down on one of these beds and I am up here the entire time. It seems like 90% of everything that happens is up here, for sure. In fact, the other day, I had my little son in here, my little 5-year-old son, and I had this app on my phone. It's like an obelisk, throws out random word generator, spirit talker, I think it was. And I just threw it on, and we're walking around in here. He goes, "Hey Dad, who was Joe Moore's boss? The dad that lived here, who was his boss?" And the thing goes, "Frank," which was Frank Jones.
That's crazy.
Like, boom, boom. Yeah, like a second, and it answered. I'm just like, okay, well, you know. But I don't think the kids are here. I don't think the family's here.
Who do you think is here?
I think something inhuman that shouldn't be here whatsoever. This is very typical of what happens, that a guy by himself gets an EVP of a woman saying a woman's name. Plays it for me. I'm like, that doesn't ring a bell historically. He goes, no, that was his girlfriend's name 33 years ago in Texas, who's still alive. I'm like, what? Next day, YouTubers from Maryland, same name, voice from their past, super personal. To me, that's something in here going, I know everything about you, and I want you to know I know everything about you, which is super sinister and super creepy. A lot of the stuff like that happens isn't something 5-year-old Paul Moore would be doing. You know, why would Herman do that, or Catherine, Sarah, or Joe? You know, it's like very sinister type Amityville mental manipulation, mess with you things. I hope the family's in heaven, having the time of their life, not caring anything about this. What's here? I don't know, but it seems to know who we are.
So do you think, that leads to a question, do you think that that thing that's here was here at the time of the murders and influenced that? Or has it, with the energy from the murders and all this attention of paranormal investigating, has it attracted maybe that thing or made it stronger?
I think there's something here that was here from day one that made somebody kill. There's no Villiscas anywhere on planet Earth. This is the only Villisca. In fact, they sell shirts that say Villisca, there's only one. This is not Villisca, it's Waliska, which is Meskwaki for evil spirit. Villisca means nothing. It's a made-up word. It went from Waliska to Valiska. Reverend Kelly saying a shadow gave him the axe. Nobody's talking about shadows in 1918. I also think with people, what they do in here brings in stuff. I mean, in the 30s, they were doing seances in here, trying to find the killer that route. It's like, oh, let's do a seance. What could go wrong? You know, like, I have 200-300 Ouija boards in my house, all left here. Came up here once, there's papers all over the place, all this junk on the floor. It's probably about 15 years ago, and I picked up one of the papers and it said, how to summon a demon, from like Satan.com or something. I'm like, idiots. And then I text Katrina Weidman, who's like my go-to for occult stuff, because I don't know anything about that. I'm like, should I be worried about this? I'm pretty sure they probably didn't do it correctly. She goes, it's not about doing it correctly, it's the intent of what they were doing that brings that stuff in. And there for a while it was nasty for about a year or two. I have no idea what's in this house at this point. I tried to keep my finger on top of it for years and years, and I have no clue. I don't think it's anything to do with the family, which I make a lot of ex-house purists mad with that comment, but I've been here 20 years, done more overnights than anyone, so get mad. I don't care. Right? I mean, seriously, like the stuff that happens here is not something a little kid from 1912 would be doing. I think there's a difference between evil and negative. You know, I've been in places that are evil, and as soon as you walk up, you just feel sick to your stomach. And maybe that's the case with this, and I'm just used to it. I don't know. The place I was at, that was really bad, was like, this is not good. I don't feel that here, but the stuff that happens is very negative towards people, but I don't get that. So I just don't know if, like, I'm used to being here, and I've had conversations with the house, like, don't mess with me, you need me. I bring you sacrifices every night. You know what I mean? Like, I've had those conversations, so as Norman Bates as it sounds, like, it doesn't mess with me, but I don't know if it's just because I'm partners with it, bringing you guys in and being like, here we go, house. Here's your group to mess with.
Is familiar.
Yeah, like, I come in here and I feel, hey buddy, you know, I've been here 20 some years, every day, you know, and I feel like they know who I am. New people come in and I'm just like, these guys, you know? And then they'll contact me afterwards and be like, dude, we need to talk. Like last night was so crazy and we're scared for our life and blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, I'm in there all the time. But I honestly don't know if I'm just homies with it. You know what I mean? Which sounds super creepy and super weird. But I've had that conversation with the house of, don't mess with me. I need you and you need me. We gotta work together here. And it seems to work, and that is a very Norman Bates sounding thing. I'm sounding crazier and crazier as I try to explain it. And I've talked to a lot of haunted location owners. It's the same thing with them. They feel like they're partners with the location. Like they're tied into the story and they're part of the location. People that come in, some people have nothing happen. Other people have a terrifying night. Some people will come and they're just jerks right off the bat. And I'll be like, yeah, I gotta go fix something upstairs real quick, and I'll come up here and I'm like, nail these guys tonight. Nail them. Which is super weird, but...
Well, you are kind of, like, talking about history of a house and being ingrained with it. You are the history of the house now. When you really think about it, you told us at the beginning you've been here more than 20 years, so it's like everyone who's come here remembers you, all the videos you've been on. It's like Johnny is the Villisca house.
Wow. That's kind of bittersweet to think about. Like, I hate this house for what happened, but I love this house. Like, I've raised my kids in this house. I have a picture of me and my son in the attic, and he's up to about right here. He's out of college now, getting married. Like, this house has been my life for 20-some years. I've laughed in here. I've cried in here. I've had every emotion ever in here. Like, from my kid being born to me getting a divorce. I've been in here, and those emotions have been in here, and I've talked to this house about it, which is weird, but when you live in a town of 1,200 people, sometimes you come into the Axe Murder House, and you're like, hey, house, my wife's leaving me. I'm super depressed. I don't know what to do. Or, hey, house, I just had a son. So awesome, and it's like I've shared all these memories in this place, and it's just sounded super weird.
No, it's
I'm like the Norman Bates of the Axe Murder House.
It does have to be, almost comforting here. It's like,
yeah.
You know the house knows you.
Yeah, and it's like, get to meet you guys, and meet friends, and make friends, and like, this is what, number 3 for you guys?
Number 3.
Number 3, and it's like, I feel like I know you guys. You're my favorite family, and it's like, all right, it's like, and I love that. I love the connections and the meeting cool, weird people and creative people and people that have dreams and act on them. Like, I love the energy for sure in here.
The good energy.
Yeah, the good energy.
Crazy that something so dark can bring so many people together.
See, that's it. I wrestled with this for years. Like, this is borderline exploitive. 6 little kids were murdered. The guy across the street, I was talking to him about it, and he goes, all that place is anymore is families spending time together. I'm like, what? He goes, every day I look over there and there's grandma, grandpa, grandkids doing something together. He goes, that's awesome. They don't have their phones in their hands, like they're doing something. And about a week after he told me that, I had this little girl and her grandpa come. And the girl was so excited, she's clapping and jumping up and down and screaming to get in the house, and the grandpa's going, oh boy, And I thought, this little girl is never gonna forget this cross-country trip with grandpa to come to this weird-ass place. And grandpa is never gonna forget him and granddaughter coming to this place. They're right, all this place is families spending time together.
Right.
Mixed with a weird demonic doll, but
Can you kind of explain the chronology of the actual night of the murder? Like from kind of start to just the bodies being discovered? Because we've covered that part already.
So June 9th, 1912, town of Villisca had a church service. It was sort of in the Bible school event. The Moores come home with Ina and Lena Stillinger. Ina and Lena lived about 3 miles south of town in the country. Big plan was their school teacher was going to come here the next morning and walk them home. Next morning, Mary Peckham noticed something was up. She gets a relative, Rossmore, to use his key. He finds Ina and Lena downstairs, calls the authorities. They come upstairs, find 6 more bodies. So you got 8 total, 6 kids, sadly. The axe is left downstairs, bacon on the floor, mirrors covered with sheets, food at the table, bloody water, cigarette butts, footprints, all destroyed by half the town, trampling around looking at it. And that was, it started a 5 years of gossip in a small town about a murder. F.F. Jones, Andy Sawyer, Blackie Mansfield, all were suspects because somebody said, I think they did it. As far as it went, Reverend Kelly was the only one ever tried for any of it. He was acquitted. We have no idea. Iowa's oldest cold case.
So, out of all the suspects, who are your, 2 most thought of people that could be, and why, I guess?
Of all the suspects, I only have one that I think it was, and that is Reverend Kelly. And the reason why is we are still getting things about Reverend Kelly to this day. So Reverend Kelly confessed to it. He told people on the train before they found the bodies. He turns in a bloody shirt to be dry cleaned. He's schizophrenic. He was here. He was 2 blocks up the street. He comes back inserting himself into the investigations like he's some sort of detective, which is Guilty 101. I recently found a detective note where Kelly was in South Dakota. A lady wakes up in the middle of the night, goes to her bathroom. Kelly's sitting at her kitchen table. She's like, hi, can I help you? And being 100 years ago, people were way nicer. She thought maybe this guy needed shelter from the cold. So Kelly starts going on, the killer in Villisca made a big mistake, and getting all weird and saying how the killer has a compulsion that he can't help, so we should all have pity on this poor guy. And I'm reading that like, who's going to say we should pity a guy that killed 6 kids with an axe? None of my friends. And I'm like, one person saying that, the one who did it, Last summer, I had a lady come. She goes, did you know, and she's a local in town, did you know so-and-so? He was a 100-and-some-year-old guy in town. And I don't think I've told anyone this. He was an elder for the Presbyterian Church for 60 years. She said that he told her 40 years ago that right before Reverend Kelly died, they got a letter in the mail from New York City from Reverend Kelly confessing to the whole thing, and they burned it. And I would have just blew off this story as, yeah, right, because I hear a lot of stories. But there's 2 things that stick out. Nobody knows what happened to Reverend Kelly. We hired genealogists to track him down. He changed his name every location he went to, but his wife's name was always the same. So they were able to backdoor his wife to New York City. So that checks out. F.F. Jones went to Methodist church. The Moores were Presbyterian. Half the town thought F.F. Jones did it. At one point, Methodist kids weren't allowed to play with Presbyterian kids. The divide was that big in town. F.F. Jones got fired from the bank as president because they didn't want to divide the town's money. I mean, the split was that big. That finally ended. And then they get this letter, and the Presbyterians are like, Kelly's already paying for his sins in hell. Do we reignite this feud, or do we just burn this note? And so that just makes sense. This was last summer. We're still getting things about Reverend Kelly. Yeah, F.F. Jones, nothing's come about F.F. Jones since 1912. Andy Sawyer, Blackie Mansfield, nothing's come up with them since 1912. 2024, we're still getting things about Reverend Kelly. You know, he's bisexual for sure. Who cares? Nobody cares at this point. But 100 years ago, that was a big thing. And the only reason I think of that is watching the Dahmer docuseries. Dahmer was wrestling with that in the 70s. I mean, everybody's doing everybody in the 70s. You know, it's a wild time. But like in 1912, having those thoughts, being schizophrenic, being a minister, it's like the perfect war in this dude's head. I think this was totally random. And I think that what he said about God telling him to kill, he thought God was telling him to kill. If that's not what happened, nothing else makes sense but the man from the train idea, early traveling serial killer. You know, F.F. Jones getting mad because his daughter-in-law was having an affair. Give me a break. Find Joe in an alley. They had guns and knives. Like, none of that makes sense. Andy Sawyer slept with his axe and blah. Come on. None of the other scenarios even add up whatsoever, except for Reverend Kelly or unknown serial killer.
So you do think there's credence to the man with the train theory, like it's possible?
Yeah, possible for sure. For sure. There were a lot of murders around the country that were very similar to this. Yeah, I mean, the idea of an early traveling serial killer, I mean, it's not crazy at all. Like, the idea is totally plausible. Very similar murders around the country. Serial killers didn't become a thing with H.H. Holmes. Like, people were killing each other from the dawn of time, you know, so totally adds up. I'd say Man from the Train or Reverend Kelly. One of those two. Who it is, I hope you guys will find out tonight. Creepiest thing that's ever happened to me. Friday night, overnight's canceled because of a blizzard. So I'm up here, locked the downstairs bedroom. It's fixing the bed up here. Door opens, door shuts, somebody walks in. And I'm just like, we're not open. I was in my head. And they're walking around. I'm like, they don't know I'm up here. Like, this is going to be awesome. Hid in the kids' room closet. And my plan was to scare these kids and just be like, why are you breaking in? If you want to see it, I'll just show it to you. Walking comes into this room and it's Bubba, Bubba, heel toe, heel toe. And you can feel the footsteps in the floor. I'm in there, walks in here, I kick the door open, do the big blah! Or nothing. And I couldn't even move. And I went to say hello and it was like, that's all that would come out of my mouth. I did the worst combat roller in the history around the corner, down the steps, saw the door was still locked. That made me feel a little better. Checked the house, watched the surveillance video. Door didn't even open.
That's crazy.
Not at one point was I like, it's a ghost. It's like, some idiot just broke in the house, you know? And it took me 3 days to come back, honestly. And the third day, I stepped 1 foot in the kitchen. I'm like, got to work here, leave me alone, I'll leave you alone, we got to have some boundaries. And that's when I did you guys need me here because I bring you sacrifices. You know, and other times when I decided to reenact the murders on the anniversary with the axe, which is so stupid. So, for whatever reason, I'm the axe man and I'm in the attic. And the whole time I'm in there, I'm hearing whispers behind me. And I'm like, nope, not even listening, not happening, no. You know, I have 8 people randomly come in. They're like, okay, kids, we had a great time at church, go to bed, we got a long day tomorrow, blah, blah, blah. I wait half an hour later, and I creep out, go to the parents' bed, hit the axe on the floor. And they start screaming. And I'm like, this is weird, because I'm above my buddy with an axe. It's like kind of giggly and awkward, you know. I come into this room, whole vibe changes, like bad feeling. Like, I'll just do it. We'll never do it again. So I hit the floor with the axe. Start walking to the staircase. I feel like I'm like half drunk, like out of it. Like I'm zoning out big time. And I snap out of it and I'm standing in front of Ina and Lena's room and I thought I heard a voice. Like, I'm done, guys. Let's go out. Like, I'm not doing this anymore. We watched the video footage. I come in here. I hit the floor on all these beds. I have 2 downstairs in Ina and Lena's room. One's a big dude I've been to tons of haunted places with. He don't even believe in ghosts. He starts crying because he thinks I'm really killing people and runs out of the house, which that footage of him bawling in bed, I've shown at every convention I've ever went to. It's so hilarious. And the guy laying next to him gets up and looks at the camera. He's like, chases off after him. As I'm walking to the staircase, this closet door opens, the attic door shuts, the main door downstairs slams open. I walk downstairs and I'm in the parlor room and I have the axe and I'm just standing like this. We have an IR camera in the corner and I look up at it and squint. It's like humans don't see infrared, you know? And it shows me and I'm like, I do this number and I kind of turn and I walk to the room where Ina and Lena were, and where I thought I heard a voice, we caught it on audio. 3 audio recorders. It goes, do it. Like some Amityville stuff that I want nothing to do with, and I don't remember standing down there. Like watching myself on video is like, I'm done. Like that's it. I will never investigate this place again. And it's like, then reading Reverend Kelly's felt like he's led beyond his own control. The dude shoving a knife through his chest. Like, was I at that point? And then finally something snapped me out of it, you know, like. And when I walked up here, my buddies took a screenshot of the video. I'm like going like this. I'm smiling. Like, I know I wasn't smiling, but I'm like, you know, it's like, it's so weird. So weird to have all that happen, not remember being downstairs, having the voice say do it. Like, that was enough for me. Like, no more. That was too much. Sorry, house.
Oh, well,
that's exactly what you guys are doing tonight, right?
Pretty much. You guys ready?
Yep.
Awesome, man.
So, we're here in Villisca, and before we start our investigation tonight, I wanted to take everybody, and I myself wanted to go see the railroad tracks. So right here, this would be the actual train track that the train pulled in on that carried with it one of America's most prolific serial killers. It's still here today. It's still in use today. I obviously don't know where the train stopped. I assume a depot or something that's here, a station. Either way, regardless, it was from these tracks where the killer got off of the train, according to this theory, and walked all the way down the street to the Villisca Axe Murder House. Now, so many questions remain with this theory. Why did he choose the Moore family? Was he here earlier and he saw them outside of their church and he saw all the kids go in, and this guy was obviously fixated on children and families. He killed at the same time, so that could have been very appealing. But if we're going with this theory that we're trying to prove tonight, it would be right here on the train tracks in Villisca where the killer, where he stepped off, and the next time he would get back on a train, 8 people would be dead. So we're gonna drive from here to the Villisca Axe Murder House so you can see the exact distance, and you can make up your own mind if he really could have walked this far and chosen this house. Now, I don't know which houses here are original, which are new constructions and all that, but let's go. We're trying to prove a little bit of a point here and experiment. So he would have gotten off somewhere around here, and he took off walking.
That's crazy. I'm gonna go run up on it. So in a bit of a crazy twist, right after we left, a fucking high-speed train has just come through. So here's the train tracks. Here's the train behind me. So this is where the guy would have been and where he departed from. So that's absolutely crazy. We were just standing on those tracks like a minute ago. That's fucking wild. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it's going so fast.
I know. It really wasn't much warning, I feel like, for the...
That was perfect.
It is a bit of a walk from the railroad tracks. That's what I will say if you're considering this theory. But the whole concept of this is not that the guy walked from the railroad and just picked that house. He scoped out these locations that he was targeting. He looked for children, for families, for targets that would fit his desires. And yeah, I don't think it's unreasonable. I mean, that was about a 1-minute drive, probably take you 30 minutes to walk. So yeah, and here we are again. This book right here is the foundation of the theory that we're investigating tonight. It's called The Man from the Train. We've already talked about it. But this book is like 400 pages of exploring the theory that the guy who was here was the same murderer in like 30, 40 other complete family annihilations with an axe. So tonight we're going to focus our investigation on a number of things. As you can see, I've kind of bookmarked a lot of important stuff in the book that is worth mentioning. But right here on page 349 of the book, this is where they get into who the killer could be. So I want you guys to think of this list of circumstances and elements to each of these crimes that adds up to this guy's serial killing spree. So most of these crimes have every single one of these boxes checked, including Villisca. So we need to ask about stuff like this tonight in the investigation. So let's all just take this list in. Here's all the elements. 1, extreme proximity to the railroad tracks. 2, crimes usually occurring near the intersection of the railroad lines. 3, the use of an axe. 4, the use of the blunt side of the axe. 5, the taking of the axe from the family's woodpile or from a neighbor's woodpile. 6, leaving the axe at or near the scene of the last murder. 7, hitting each victim in the head rather than on any other part of the body. 8, the murder of an entire family in one incident. 9, the presence among the victims of a female. 10, special attention being paid to the body of the female, staging or posing while other victims are simply left as they were when they were killed. 11, near the body of the prepubescent female. 12, crimes occurring in the middle of the night, usually between midnight and 2 a.m. 13, pulling a blanket over the victim's head moments before the attack to minimize blood splatter. 14, covering the victims post-mortem with some kind of cloth. 15, covering other items with cloth, such as windows, mirrors, etc. 16, attacks occurring on farms or in isolated places and in towns too small to have a regular police force. 17, setting fire to the house after the murders. This is one of the murders where that didn't happen. And the theory is that the killer didn't try to set it on fire here because Villisca, this house is like right in the center of Villisca. So if he would have set this place on fire, neighbors would have immediately seen what was happening and he wouldn't have had time to get away. But in some of the other cases, he killed in really rural areas. So that's a difference.
And back in the day, this was 20,000 people instead of 1,200.
Yeah, exactly.
Much more densely.
It's crazy to think about that. 18. Crimes moving north and south along the eastern seaboard up until 1909 and east to west across the country after 1909. 19. Crimes tending to occur on the weekend, particularly on Sundays. 20. The crimes tending to occur in areas in which the primary industries are logging and mining. 21. The moving of a lamp, the lamp left burning without its glass chimney at the scene of the crime. 22. The timing or spacing of the crimes, normally a few weeks between attacks, and normally at a distance one from another of 100 to 400 miles. 23. The clear and obvious geographical patterns formed by each set of murders. 24. The extraordinary competence of the murderer in accomplishing his grisly purpose. 25. Doors often locked or jammed shut after the crime to delay entry into the house. 26. Window shades pulled, windows and doors covered on the morning after the murders. What's that?
Did you own it? Mm-mm. What?
That was really loud.
That was loud.
That?
Mm-hmm.
It came from behind.
Yeah, it was like a creak.
It's like somebody just like took a step right behind us.
Like a floor.
Mm-hmm.
That was weird.
Interesting. 27. Crimes committed with extreme suddenness and no warning. 28. Victims attacked while soundly asleep. 29. Money and other valuables left in plain sight at the scene of the crime. 30. All or almost all of the murders in the sequence were committed in houses that burned wood for heat. 31. Enters the house through the rear. 32. Commonly removes a window screen, enters the house through an unlocked window. 33. All or almost all crimes occur in warm weather. So, as you can see from that list, Villisca really satisfies almost all of those categories. So this is like the perfect crime in this series. I mean, there's only, I think, one or two of those that, I mean, the fire doesn't work. And I personally 100% believe that it was this guy who did it. A little context for y'all. Here's even a page right here, if you want to show this, where the very first murder that these authors identified this guy committed and Villisca, every single thing is completely the same. So the serial killer's name, who they think committed these crimes, and we should all remember this tonight, is Paul Mueller. Paul was a farmhand. His initial crime happened in Massachusetts when he murdered his entire employer's family with the blunt side of an axe. He covered the bodies. He left pretty much all the valuables. He fled on a train. It was the start of the blueprint. And as this guy progressed through all these killings, he got sharper and sharper and honed in all of his skills until way through the crime spree when Villisca happened, and it was just perfect. To this day, look, he's never been caught. So this guy was sharp. So we have to outsmart him tonight and figure out how to make his story crack.
Mm-hmm.
But Paul Mueller is definite that happened. That's documented.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and he was never caught. He escaped by train before they could find him. Mm-hmm. And yeah, it was the same thing. Killed the women, had all this weird stuff with all their bodies, staged the woman's body. A big point of contention here in this case is the Stillinger girl's body staged? That's something else we can ask questions to this entity tonight. Because there's a lot of debate. Some people say the bacon slab was other people believe it wasn't. Some say it's posed, some say it's not posed, but nobody really knows because there's no crime scene photographs, only hearsay and words. But Paul Mueller is our guy, and he's from Germany. The last thing that I'll mention, here's a listing of all of these murders that occurred leading up to Villisca. There was the Meadows family in Hurley, Virginia, the Hood family in Beckley, West Virginia, the Schultz family in the Heights in Houston, the Hardy family in Marshalltown, Iowa, the Bernhardt family in Johnson County, Texas, the Castaway family in San Antonio, Texas, the Hill family in Ardenwald, Oregon, the Coble couple in Rainier, Washington, the Wayne family in Colorado Springs, and the Burnham family in Colorado Springs, the Dawson family in Monmouth, Illinois, the Showman family in Ellsworth, Kansas. Then on June 5th, 1912, about a week, it is exactly 1 week before the Villisca murders, the Paola, Kansas massacre of the Hudson family. So if we can somehow get confirmation that this was in Powell, Kansas, this is related, the Hudson family, I think we can prove that this is the killer. And tonight we can fundamentally change the course of this story.
Right. And that's not that far from here.
No, it's not.
Not at all.
Especially by train.
Author said you could walk the distance in 2-3 days.
Oh my gosh.
It's like 100 miles.
This will be really interesting.
So, I say we start in the living room. What are your guys' thoughts on the killer theory?
Well, I think that definitely makes sense. You know, just all of the cases relate so much. And just riding the rails and getting away with it in those days, it makes perfect sense. So it'll be interesting. See what kind of evidence we get.
Well, in either case, I kind of feel like Mary does that this seems like my most obvious, I think, explanation for things. Everything you just went over. Obviously, easy to get on a train and travel to the next town 100 or 400 miles away. In and out in those days would be easy. And yeah, the other people that they have, R. Kelly. I
think that was a little before R. Kelly's time.
Still a criminal.
R. Kelly, a Reverend.
Reverend, still R. Kelly, technically.
Yeah,
Reverend
Kelly. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, you know, it just seems like he just doesn't seem like the guy to me that would do it. So, what I know about it, this just seems like the most plausible. I mean, easy to get around on a train. I mean, you hone your skills better, like you said, as you go. You just get better and better at it. I think that makes the most sense to me.
For me personally, just the continuity of every crime raises an eyebrow, and I feel like you really have to look into that and notice that when there's that many similarities, you can't discredit the fact that it's highly, highly possible. And then you look at the time frame. If you singled out just the time frame of those murders, and not even the continuity, and just know that it was by train in all these different cities, with how close they are with the timing between each one, that's a whole nother factor of this person's going around killing people in this time frame with doing it off of trains. You add those together, it's pretty much a no-brainer for me. I think that it's the most plausible reason, and no shot it was anyone else.
The man from the train. So the last thing I'll say about this, now this is interesting. Some people think that the spirits in this building are the family that were murdered. I find it hard to believe that there wouldn't be any imprint of that left over, but Johnny, like you heard in the interview, is convinced that whatever's here is this omnipresent, sometimes extremely malevolent being that compels people to hurt, themselves, stab themselves, kill others. So that would mean that this thing that's in the house was here before the Villisca Axe killings, was here all the way up to this day. So we could actually get answers from this thing. We could ask it, if this guy, Paul Mueller, was short, he was stout, he had size 6 feet, that's why it matches up too, because he was a short guy, and that axe swing up there, if you look at how high or how tall you had to be, it was a pretty short guy to have the axe hit where it was. So it matches Paul Mueller even physically.
Yeah.
But if we can confirm with this entity that the killer was short, small feet, long hair, grizzly beard, portly, even his name, maybe this entity knows everything. I mean, it is a spiritual being. I think it's an interesting opportunity to maybe join forces with this evil thing to find the truth. It's like teaming up with the bad guy to solve the mystery.
Did you say his shoe size?
Was 6.
6. Wow, that is
small.
And a bunch of these murders, all the footprints were all extremely small men's feet.
Wow.
Another thing.
Let's fucking
do
do
it.
this.
Let's do it, man.
Okay, let's do this.
Did you hear that?
Mm-hmm.
What the? Was that like a...
Uh-huh.
I heard a thud.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Hello? Also, I want to add in here, we are going to be applying luminol to the surfaces in the building to illustrate to you just how much blood was shed in this house. So, should we do this? 3, 2, 1. Let's solve the crime! Alright, that cringed me out. Okay, no, that's good.
Gabriel.
Remember it says it knows people already and it calls them out?
Right.
Alright.
When you first did it, did you hear like a...
I heard a...
there's someone.
Somebody's right behind us.
Come on in.
Oh, it's too quiet.
Make whispers.
I'm not gonna lie. I have a really weird feeling about tonight.
Me too.
It just got closer.
1980s.
Yeah, it is congested. Sign the sign.
Well, somebody's right here already, right behind us in the doorway. To whoever's in here, whether you're an evil spirit, you're the spirit of one of the Moore family members, Josiah, Sarah, you could even be the Stillinger girls.
Cohorns.
Especially if you're the evil entity that's in the home. We're coming here tonight and we want to ask you some questions. Some new questions people haven't
We
talked
like
to you
to be
about.
left alone.
Well, I'm sorry, it's too late. We can't leave you alone. I'm going to introduce myself and everybody here. Thank you for allowing us into this building. My name is Colin.
My name is Mary.
I'm Jeff.
Protector.
My name's Connor.
I'm a protector.
I'm a protector. What's your name?
Three spirits.
Well, Ina and Lena were murdered here, 2 of them. Are Ina?
I know.
Nice hat.
Murderers?
Yeah.
Go looking.
Go looking.
We're looking for answers.
Why have you come?
You just said we're looking for answers. Why have you come?
Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're looking for answers as
Need
to
help.
who murdered everyone here.
Yeah, we do need help with some answers. Can you help us?
How about you ring the bell when we read out or say your name out loud? Can you ring the bell? If yes, you can do that. That way we can figure out who you are.
Virginia.
Can you say that's where the first one happened?
Massachusetts.
Question.
Is Virginia your name?
Was the killer born in Virginia?
Dirty.
The killer. Dirty.
Correct. Go.
Correct.
The killer was known. Mueller was known to be a really dirty looking guy. Like unshaven, greasy hair.
Oh.
Where was he from?
That's for sure.
I don't know.
That'd be crazy.
Oh, he's from Germany.
I think he's from Germany. Was the evil guy who hurt the family here a dirty looking guy with long hair and a beard? You can ring that bell if that's correct. It's getting cold in here.
Haunt room. Person.
Person? Haunt room. What's that say?
Much effort.
It's a lot of effort to ring that bell. Maybe this will be easier. So this device, it's like, yeah, it's easy. So this device, if you see that green little circle, the rumors are true.
The stuff we're going on.
If you touch that green light, it'll mean it's a yes to our question.
Or that.
Victoria.
Virginia. Victoria.
Correct. I'm sad.
Sorry. If you touch this little ball, it'll light up green and it'll tell us yes to our question. You're very polite. And if you touch this one, it'll turn red. Or you can ring that bell if the answer is yes to our question.
Vincent.
V names.
V names.
Please move forward.
Please move forward and no.
More to the stories.
So if there's more to the stories, we're all going to each ask you a question. All right, so either ring that bell or touch that green light if the answer is yes.
Stay here.
Stay here and go.
We are.
They just said the light. All right, can you say yes or no for my question? Did the man who killed the family in here have a big beard and long hair? Either tap that bell if it's yes, or light up that green light. What was that? No.
Accident.
Well, it doesn't necessarily mean that he had to have a beard at the time. You know what I'm saying?
Could be saying it's an accident.
Former spirits.
That was an accident.
Yeah, right? It said it hit the red one by accident. So,
I'll use my voice.
Okay, please do.
I'll give you one more chance. Did he have a long beard and long hair? Tap that bell or this light. Turn it green.
Murder. Turn right.
Turn right. What's in this room to my right?
Murder.
Oh, yeah.
Keep using your voice and let us know if the man who murdered these people, I was going to say his name, Paul.
Was the man dirty with the long beard and long hair?
Was the man that killed the family short and stout? Oh, green.
Yes.
Oh. Oldest son.
I lived.
Oldest son.
I once lived here.
Alright, so we've determined, according to this, he was short, long hair, dirty.
This is amazing.
Oh. And it just confirmed, and this has been going off too.
You know, you've been here before the murders is what we're feeling. Whatever you are, you saw it happen. So again, I'm just going to ask the murderer that you saw to the entity that's here.
Go left.
Did the man that killed these people, was he the serial killer? Once and for sure. This Paul guy, turn the bulb green, or say his name in this box here. Just gonna take that as a yes. I mean, can we agree that that pretty much means yes?
Oh yeah, we're going with yes.
Part two is no.
Mm-hmm.
Brownie.
Whales?
That said they took her, and then this said Hannah.
Mildred.
I wonder what the other names of the other people that he killed.
Exactly.
That's what I was thinking.
Can you tell me if the man came from the train?
Oh! Whoa, dude!
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Look at this thing. Look at this EMF meter.
All of them, dude! And yes! Yes!
Oh my
Holy
god.
Dude!
Dude.
That's really... Oh.
Like yes, yes, yes.
Oh. I'll affect the lights!
And the light
Look at
just
this.
went off.
Look at this.
Cigar.
He smoked cigarettes
I'll
upstairs.
affect the lights. I mean, what the?
I have many regrets.
I have
What's
many
going
regrets.
on?
Okay.
This is kind of creepy.
I've got like, my head is like really full.
There is a portal nearby.
There's a portal nearby. Dude.
Careful. Careful.
And this said Buchenwald.
Right.
Can you reach it? Right. I don't think you guys are seeing how weird it is. It just said Buchenwald.
What is it?
Who are you?
Buchenwald. That's in Germany.
Really?
Oh.
Yeah.
Where did it say that?
Look at, yes.
On the Tempest.
Buchenwald?
Yeah.
Right.
Buried.
Okay, this is going like crazy
Haywire.
here. Mary said, "Who are you?" Let's introduce yourself.
Buchenwald?
Yeah.
We're investigators trying to solve the mystery and to help you. That's who we are.
Was the guy who killed the family in here from Germany?
I'm afraid to talk.
You don't need to be afraid. Just tell us the truth. It'll set you free. Was the dirty, short killer from Germany? You can tap that bell or set off all the REM pods. Or touch that and make it green again.
Washroom.
Washroom?
Yes, I'm here. Miller.
Now, I don't know how we possibly missed this, but if you will recall earlier when I was talking with Rachel, she referred to Paul Mueller, the guy who we believe carried out the Villisca Axe murders, as Paul Miller. And there are actually newspaper reports that refer to him as Paul Miller, even though his real name was Paul Mueller. Now, I just don't know how we didn't recognize at least how close Miller was to Mueller in the moment, but this is an absolutely incredible catch in my mind, and I had to stop the footage for a second and point it out.
So
Jacob.
So yes, he's from Germany. I'm gonna take that as a yes, he's German.
Died.
Robert.
Okay, think about. Okay. Died, 1970s. Would have known this Paul died.
There's no record of him.
Because if he was in the what was it here?
12. My name is Robert.
12.
Oh my God, Robert?
Yeah.
This said Robert too.
Oh my God.
What the f? Robert, and my name is Robert.
Who's Robert?
Okay.
Who's Robert?
Two different things.
Shannon.
Oh my God. Okay, when he said like it gets to know, it knows
But
something
it
about
would
you.
not know my last name.
It would know everything about
Gabriel.
But I mean, at the same time, he said that one time the guy said that they come EVP here, and it was his girlfriend's voice from 20 years ago.
Right.
Yeah. So it knows us already.
Draining. I'm protecting you.
Robert's protecting us? Dude, this goes back all the way to fucking Bob from the Sally house.
Oh.
Remember?
Oh.
How he follows people and he's showed up at multiple investigations like our protector spirit? Alright, Robert, who are you?
What happened to me?
What happened to me?
It's false.
And black. Can you answer yes or no? Yes is ringing that bell or that green light? Right.
Please stay back.
Was Ina,
Scar.
was her body posed in a sexual way? Did the man who murdered the family pleasure himself with the bacon in that room right there to our right? Hit the bell or make that light green if the man pleasured himself with the bacon.
You were so close.
You're so close.
What are we close to? Are we close to figuring it out?
This is funny.
I think it's like maybe playing with us a little bit.
True.
False. True.
Because mine says poltergeist.
True, so there was a component. Is there more that happened to Ina?
Jail. Probably.
Oh. Can you tell us what happened to the
I'm
girls?
really here.
Is there something that we don't know?
Yes.
If you're really intelligent and you know what we're talking about, just tell us one of the victims' names and one of the children's names, so we know you were here when the murders happened. Tell me one of the children's names that was murdered.
Many holes.
Many holes in the wall?
Or after they're chopped up.
Or could that be a disturbing comment that we just asked about? Was there a element to this crime? If you watched this happen, did the man who murdered the family, did he get aroused by murdering this family? Acceptance.
Primarily.
Shot. Hung, drawn and quartered.
Shot, hung, drawn, and quartered?
How did he commit the other crimes? Were they all?
In your closet.
In your closet.
The closet upstairs.
People.
He was hiding.
Search.
He was hiding in this closet, though.
Search in your closet. Oh! These devices said search in your closet.
Did he hide in the closet?
Are you trying to warn us about something that's hiding in the closet?
Impaled.
Hung, shot, drawn, and quartered, impaled.
It's all awful.
Statutes.
All violence.
You know, it's something really interesting is that a number of the people who were falsely convicted of the axe murderer's crimes were executed.
Really?
Yeah, they were actually hanged, lynched, shot, and killed.
Falsely accused.
Yeah.
Wow.
There's a number of people that, you know, like obviously the axe man killed the family and then people got wrongfully convicted, and it was like back in the day where it would be like 30 days between when you're convicted and when you're executed.
Too short.
Too short?
Oh my gosh.
Allison.
Message. You must trust us.
A message. You must trust us.
We trust you.
Can you give us the message?
Meat. M-E-A-T.
She's over there.
She's over there.
The slab of bacon.
She's over there. Meat. The bacon. She's over there. And that's the f***ing closet right there.
Oh.
I think somebody has to go over there, sit in there.
Go for it.
Occasionally.
That's your idea.
Yeah.
What do you want someone to sit in the closet?
Oh! Whoa! Which one is that?
Right there, this one.
In this
And
one.
this one.
Oh my god.
Oh, no, that turned green.
Yep.
Did it say Shannon again?
Nope. Kevin.
Do you want somebody to go sit in the closet?
Questions too. That REM pod is so weird.
Do you want somebody to go? Oh, look at it turn green. It's like, yes, Colin.
Can't breathe.
I think it wants Mary to go over there.
Do you want Jeff to go in the closet?
This is your chance to be shining, a shine.
Okay, this was your idea, buddy.
Look at green again.
Spell.
It means to go.
Sort of
Yeah.
the spelling thing.
Yeah. He's here.
He's here.
Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna read out the alphabet.
A good spirit.
He's here, a good spirit. We're all good.
You're all good.
Oh.
Good spirit, we're all good.
So I'm gonna read out the alphabet. Help us try to spell out the name of someone who's here. The name of the guy who killed the people here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ring that bell when you want us to stop on a letter. A, B, C, D, E, F, F. All right, now you do it, but do vowels only. A, E, I, O.
A, E.
Or,
The man attacks people.
Oh.
Correct.
The number one.
This is an F, guys.
F.
Isn't this?
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y
It's unpleasant here.
and Z. T.
Was that first grade?
I wasn't even thinking.
And Z. Her.
Want me to do it again? You got a kick out of that, didn't you?
Good.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. I don't do it again.
Well, you said that.
A, E, I, O, U.
The number
O?
7.
O, F, O.
Oh.
18. Let's be friends.
All these numbers coming out too.
All right, spell it down. So we got F
Are you
O.
aware I'm here?
Maybe it's not even in order. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X,
I'm
Y,
only 7.
Z. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Please ring the bell when I come to the letter you want
My
me.
childhood.
You want us to know.
Do you believe in us?
That you want us to know. A, B, C. Okay, C.
Maybe it's initials.
Psychic.
If you guys have any idea what FOA may stand for.
Yeah.
And then sometimes it just doesn't work either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you never
It
know.
helps to. Just this is how it goes.
Lived here.
But I mean, you've had all this activity already. It's like, look at this. Yeah, they're saying, yeah. Okay, that was going off before the other things.
Yeah.
Look at this one.
Foul.
Look at this thing.
Foul?
F-O-U-L. Oh.
They're going back.
Hung.
Again, hung.
Oh, I've got.
Maybe.
Foul smell.
I'm like
Foul
Scottish.
is what it was trying to spell.
Scottish.
It could be.
Oh.
Just
This
the
said
foul
F-O.
Wasn't he stinky and unkept?
Yeah.
F-O-U-L.
But
Oh, dude, that's really strange. Actually, we got F.
yeah. Also, I mean, it doesn't have to be spelled exactly right either. I mean, it's phonetics.
Nora.
You know. It's not an exact science every time on this stuff.
So, were you trying to say that this murderer smelled bad and was gross and nasty?
Like sometimes he smells like a urine smell
Right.
upstairs.
What's your name?
Right.
My name's Connor.
I'm Jeff.
My name's Mary.
I'm Colin.
What's your name?
Be careful.
Second time.
Illinois. Right before this murder, there was a couple murders in Illinois.
Oh yeah.
Monmouth.
Church.
He watched them at the church.
Right.
Because it was a
The cat's
Sunday.
name is Church as well.
And the cat, yeah.
Lives here.
So, I want to
Trust
ask.
a man. Follower.
Maybe
That's
Church.
the man who followed.
Friendship.
Maybe Church is reincarnated.
Advent Follower Church. I want to ask, Did the same man, the foul man who murdered this family, murder another family in Kansas the week before?
What made the guy choose this family? Was it the little girls?
Is this a ritual?
No, it is not a ritual. You asked that before.
Remember he said people have done demon summoning rituals? They might be afraid of the candles too.
Please believe us.
True.
We believe you, like he said. Why was this house and this family picked for slaughter? I want to talk to the evil thing. Please work with us. What was that?
Unlawful. Lost.
Lost. Maybe he was just
Round.
lost. Round. I was going to say walking around lost. Flourish. So did the man just randomly get off here? He was kind of lost. He found this house. He found the kids. He decided to target them when he saw them coming out of church.
Very respectful.
Well,
Blind.
I think that we should walk over to that closet because there's something there. And then we should do the luminol.
Experimentation.
Experimentation.
With
luminol.
Yep.
Let's just walk over there. Just keep.
James.
Jeffrey James.
James.
One more middle.
Oh, and that one over
I'm
there.
not doing
And that
anything.
one over there.
James is my name.
Oh, yeah.
And that's my middle name.
Right.
And it's
And
my
it said
last name.
Shannon too.
Oh my God.
And look, this said slack.
Keep going.
Keep going. Slack, because it said earlier slacks.
Right.
Was the killer wearing
Yes, that's right.
slacks? So the killer was wearing slacks. Maybe that's all you remember?
Maybe dark slacks like Connor James.
Are you talking about me? You are talking about me? You trying to get my attention?
So what happened with the bacon?
Jailhouse.
Jailhouse. The little man!
Oh my
The little
gosh.
man! Dude, the little man. What happened with the
That
bacon?
is
The little
weird.
man. What the f? The little man?
Mirrors.
Mirrors!
Oh my God.
Consequential. Yeah.
Yeah.
So a little man used this bacon and covered the mirrors? This is crazy.
Did the little man kill people with an axe before this house?
Thing just reset by itself.
It's also kind of
Wiggly. Okay, we're gonna go upstairs in a second. What happened with this bacon right here? Not this exact bacon, but what did the little man do with this bacon?
In 1 hour.
In 1 hour. What time is it?
That's a pretty good boom.
Mm-hmm. Who was that?
Legion.
Oh, yikes. That's not good.
Well, if there is a legion...
Next to you.
Legion next to you.
Wait and see.
In 1 hour, next to you. Wait and see.
It's getting a little ominous.
If there is a legion here, we want to team up with you tonight to find out the truth. Alright, we're gonna go up. Oh! Whoa!
Jesus. Lewis.
Portmanteau.
Go. What does it mean?
Somebody's here. I swear I just saw a white
Alice.
light. Alice.
That's the second.
I said Alice twice. Before we go upstairs, we are gonna leave. What did the killer do in here with the bacon?
Huh?
Armload. Well, you guys want to do the luminol?
Sure.
What happened? Well, what happened?
Just something felt like it was like right behind me.
Like what?
Like a being of some sort, you know?
Like what'd you feel?
Just like the stairs, something behind me. What was creeping up behind me?
Yeah.
Alright guys, so like Johnny said earlier during the tour, when they did luminol testing here a little over 10 years ago, the entire place lit up, showing the blood from the crime, which is crazy considering that it happened over 110 years ago at this point. But we have luminol, and for what we could find is the first time on video / camera here in the house, we're going to document a luminol test to see if we can pick up where this blood splatter was up here in the more brutal attack rooms. But we have to go full IR for this, so gotta turn that light off. All right, let's go, bud.
Where are you going?
Let's start over here.
Ooh.
He said it's right there.
You want the lights? You can.
Oh, it's picking up.
Turn the light on so you can see this.
Connor, oh, there's a big one right there. I'd do it like right near this top step. Oh, yep, it's picking up.
Oh, yeah.
It's picking up old blood stains right there. Oh, yeah.
Pebble? Huh? Like a pebble or something?
Yeah, it's picking up really old blood. Dude, you can see it right here.
Mm-hmm. Alright, next room.
Alright, next room.
Alright, lead the way.
Can't you get this way down close to take a picture?
Maybe just all over the wall in general. Oh, it's glowing.
Oh, it is.
Yep. Yep. Oh, that's blood. Look at that. Oh, it's glowing like red. I don't think you're gonna. You can kind of see it if you just stare. If you just look at it, it's kind of hard to see with your naked eye though. This camera's what's picking it up for me.
Yeah, I can kind of see
Oh, I
it,
can
yes.
see it.
You gotta look to the side.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, let me see. Oh my god.
Yeah, hold up. Let's
What
step
a
back.
fucking cool camera thing, man. That's super cool.
Oh yeah, you can see it clearly with this low light.
Dude, that's just what you sprayed.
Yep.
Holy moly.
Yep.
It's just like,
oh.
Wow.
Dude, I'd be curious for you to try the floor.
Yeah. Oh.
What?
Look right up next to the wall.
Oh, yeah.
With.
The light on
You
it.
see it sparkling when it's like hitting the ground?
Oh, dude, there's a ton on the floor.
Oh my god.
Oh. Holy f***, dude.
Oh, jeez, I can see it from here.
Oh my
Man.
god.
Is that, how is it around so long? Like that long? You gotta do your camera again, man.
Hold this.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
Weird.
Alright, how about this wall? On the floor right here.
Right here?
Yeah, here, let me
get
this set up.
Can you hit some light for me?
Oh. The grate over to the floor.
Oh my god, look right here. Oh!
Oh! Dude.
All on the door.
All over the door, dude.
What the
That is a huge blood stain.
This is like a horror movie.
Holy shit, dude. Oh my god. Bro.
God. Dude.
Dude.
Wow, get your camera out.
Oh, the bell went off down there.
Holy shit.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that is a fucking shitload of blood all over the door, dude. Damn, bro.
Does he even know the extent of it?
That door is
Let me see.
crazy. Bro.
Oh my god.
Oh my. Turn the light on. I think it's that right down here. I could actually see it. Like,
Yeah, it was on the old original door thing.
hand.
Do you want to do any other? Like, what about the? Well, I guess you did the other room.
Hit the handle again?
Yeah, it's on like the door handle hole.
Yep.
Turn it off.
Oh, yeah. Oh, dude, that's crazy, bro.
Damn. That's so fucked up.
That's nuts.
Did you look on the floor and the grating?
I mean,
You did some.
I can see right here just where the bottle's dripping
Mhm.
that there's blood.
Hit the grate, like, directly. It's just for oxide.
That's all.
Yeah.
I can see it.
Oh, yeah, dude.
The red blob of it there.
Yep.
Oh, all the way. It's all the way. You can see it.
You see that right here?
Oh yeah, dude.
Huge blob. It's all the way down here.
Turn your light on right there. That might be like a scuff on the floor. Where it's like...
The key is your picture. Your pictures are the most important thing.
Yeah, let's see.
That's like... That seems crazy.
Hey, hit it one more time, we'll take a picture. Alright.
You could just paint this room with Luminol. Literally. All over.
It sucks that they covered up the marks in the ceiling.
What about just the wall over here?
Take your time.
Floor.
Over here?
Yeah.
Did you get any? Do you think you did enough?
Step out of the way, Connor.
I see it.
Oh, dude, there's a ton.
Oh. Easy to see. Look to the side. Look instead of the middle. Look off to the side. You can see the greenish glow.
Oh yeah. Yep. Well.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Are we all out?
I kind of want to do some right here where it's like heavily scuffed up.
Do it. Oh yeah.
Right here.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, I can see it from here. It's a blob.
Oh, you can see it very clearly.
It's easier when you get farther away.
Yeah.
Well, that's all of it.
So that means this room was literally soaked in blood. I mean, 4 murders in one room.
When they probably washed it, cleaned it, they just rubbed it around.
And that's also very
That's what they did back in the day. They just toweled it up.
They're toweling all clean and they're just spreading it everywhere.
So that means that like every inch of this room is blood.
Because it was all on the walls, all on the floors.
And they just probably took a thing and just wiped it. Damn.
Soaked in blood.
Well, you want to get the old SLS out?
Yeah, it's right here.
All right.
For in this room or what? Is this stuff slippery? No, it seemed like it.
Is that recording?
Yeah.
Come
down there? No.
You got it. So, takeaways from that little luminol experiment. There's blood here on the stairs. There's a little bit of blood up there. But the kids' room, like Johnny said, covered floor to ceiling in blood. Because it may seem like a lot of blood. First of all, there were 4 brutal axe murders in that room. And back then, like he was saying earlier, they literally took like towels and cloth and just wiped with water and soap away the blood. So they just spread all that iron out. So it's literally like the entire surface of everything is just blood.
Pretty much any room that there was a murder in is gonna be just covered in blood.
Yeah. So we're gonna do a spirit box and use some dowsing rods to try and mix it up in here.
What? What? Just your thing.
It's a REM pod.
It's the REM pod, Jeff.
It's every time. There's like something right there and it's on the stairs.
Jeff, you are cracking me up.
I'm sweaty and hot.
All right, guys. So we're now in the kids' bedroom. This is obviously the room that saw the most death here in the Axe Murder House, and we're gonna run a spirit box. This is a spirit box provided to us by Johnny, compliments of the company that owns and runs this house. And while we do that, I'm going to do a dowsing rod session. Now, some people don't like dowsing rods. Some people do like dowsing rods. I've had some really crazy experiences with them in the past. For example, one dowsing rod session I did led me to a grave in a cemetery of the person that was born on the day that I was there and died on my birthday, so that was really crazy. But let's try to dig into who did this.
FM.
Whoever's in here, you see these two metal rods? You can cross them if your answer to my question is yes, or keep them straight if your answer is no. On the inside. Can you cross them if you know how to do that? Oh, good job. Can you straighten them back out? Straighten them back out. Thank you. So whatever the entity is inside of the house, do you know the name of the guy? Paul, I heard.
I did too.
You did?
Uh-huh.
Was the name of the guy who attacked this family Paul? Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You heard that too.
Uh-huh.
So it's a yes?
Did he hide in the closet? Cross the rods for yes.
Hey, if you will. Sometimes.
Did the man come from the trains? You need to know.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Oh. Cross them all the way. Alright, straighten him back out, please. Paul told me. Alright, so it's Paul from the train. Paul the train man. Or
Is there an entity here that witnessed Paul killing all these innocent people? Do you live here all the time? Some non-human entity? Cross the rods if it's yes.
Or stay still if no.
Yes.
Even.
Oh, shook a little bit there. Debunk that. But they are crossed.
Can you uncross the rods, please? Go back to neutral. Go back to neutral, please.
Thank you. What's the name of the entity who lives here? Can you say it out loud?
Tenants of shot. Wrong man.
Are you the ghost of someone who was wrongly executed for the crime committed here? Oh, dude, you feel like cold that just came in here?
Yes.
Dude, what if the thing that no one's been able to identify is the ghost of someone who was wrongly executed for this crime? And they're here to been trying to tell the story for years to exonerate themselves. What's your name? Can you say your name clearly? He keeps pointing at the attic. Oh, dude, I feel like cold on my hands. It's actually really creeping me out a little bit. What's your name? Can you cross these rods if there was a element to this crime?
Radio.
Let's cross.
Cross the rods if the killer knew the family.
Did the killer do this before? Had he killed people before? Some kind of...
I feel like I keep getting touched by something. It's really strange. It's like pointing at you, waiting for you to ask a question.
Oh, okay. Okay, whoever's here, this entity, we're working with you. And thank you for confirming for us, at least. I think that was Paul. But were there...
Door, front, enemy fire.
Enemy fire.
Was there ever a fire in this house that was maybe started and it didn't burn?
Did the Reverend Kelly have anything to do with this? Kelly, yeah.
Different voice. He could have had a part, hand in it somehow.
Is the killer of the family from Germany?
Did the killer enjoy killing people?
He partied.
Watch out, girl.
Here we go. So I'm going to do a little bit different. If Paul was the killer, then don't do anything. Don't cross it.
stay straight. If Paul was the killer, the entity that's here, you know it, you saw it. So if Paul is the killer, now go ahead and cross those. Entity, you can cross those, please. If you saw Paul kill all these innocent people, cross the rods.
Axe wielding.
Oh, I heard that.
I would love to hear you say the name Paul out loud. Can you do that?
Alright.
Paul or Mueller? Paul!
Chaos.
Chaos. He craves it. Chaos. He craves it. Find the person. He found the person. Well,
ER60?
ER60? Yeah. Alright. Whoever's in here, we heard your voice. Can you please try to answer our questions as best as you can? How tall was the guy who murdered this family?
What was his hair like?
Had the man killed a lot of people before?
Did the man have a short, average, or tall build?
What kind of pants was he wearing?
Did he do anything to the victims that would suggest a pleasure?
Where did the man come from?
Tell us the man's name. First name or last name or both.
Did this man ride the trains? It's so quiet in here. Holy shit.
It's really quiet.
How tall was the guy who murdered his family?
What was his hair like?
Had the man killed a lot of people before? Did the man have a short, average, or tall build? What kind of skin
You
was
can
he
really hear
wearing?
it.
Did the man have a short, average, or tall build? What kind of pants was he wearing?
Did he do anything to the victims that would suggest a sexual pleasure?
Where did the man come from?
That would suggest a sexual pleasure?
Where did the man come from? Where did the man come from?
The train! The train!
Where did the man come from?
Train. Really trying to
Mm.
Where did the man come from? Did this man ride the train?
That was a good one.
Okay, one more round of questions. I really want to just ask like 3. What's the deal with the bacon downstairs? Did the killer pleasure himself with it?
How long did the killer stay in the house after he murdered them?
What was the murder weapon?
What was his name?
What did the killer, what did he cover up with cloths or piece of clothing?
Why'd he do it?
What's the deal with the bacon downstairs? Did the killer pleasure himself with it?
Yes, he did.
Oh.
What's the deal with the bacon downstairs? Did the killer pleasure himself with it?
Yes, he did. That's what it sounds like.
What's the deal with the bacon downstairs? Did the killer pleasure himself with it? How long did the killer stay in the house after he murdered them? What was the murder weapon?
An axe.
An axe.
Really light underneath it.
What was the murder weapon?
An axe.
It's
That's
literally
so
like-
clear.
It's so clear.
It's really...
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was the murder weapon?
Oh my god. That's crazy.
There's more after it.
What was the murder weapon? What was his name?
Yo, listen to that.
What was his name?
Did you hear it?
Yeah.
I couldn't hear it.
What was his name?
Right there.
Like pop.
What did you... What was his name?
It's literally...
What did you... The killer, what did he cover up with cloth or piece of clothing? Why did he do it?
Oh, wait.
What the fuck?
Cloth or piece of clothing.
Do that again.
Why did he do it?
Oh, that was me saying, why did he do it?
Well,
It's like before.
Cloth or piece of clothing. Why did he do it?
But
you didn't
why
say it
so
like
loud?
that.
Wait, what's happening?
One second.
Why did he do it?
That was
What
weird.
the
That was
Like, you didn't
It's
go,
like,
why'd you do it?
No, it's like
No.
it bled, like it changed your voice.
Pleasure.
Yeah, did you slow it down?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Uh-huh.
That was
You got
crazy.
some stuff there.
Well, guys, I think the only thing we have left to do is the Estes. Plus, it's really late, and it's kind of hot up here, and I'm sweating. So, without further ado, I'm going to go under tonight. Let's do this.
Okay.
All right. Or maybe Jeff can go under. You want to go under? Come on, you haven't done it this trip.
It's up to you.
Do it, man.
Do it. Do it, Jeff.
Sure.
All right.
Right by you, Jeff.
Well, let's go in the attic and do it.
Oh,
nice serial
I forgot about that room in there.
Never forget.
You know,
What's that?
maybe
Oh.
you should just go grab the SLS. Do you think?
Really?
If it's charged, might as well just do a scan in that room before we do the episodes. Good.
Hey everybody, it's Colin here. Thank you for watching today's video. Hello to all the new subscribers and hello to the rest of our beautiful, wonderful, spooky family. As you know, every single week here on the channel, we give away a free gift bag to one lucky viewer of the show. And this week, to enter the contest, all you have to do is like today's video, let's smash that like button, and comment, "That was scary," in the comments section below. I'm going to give y'all 10 seconds to do this now. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So go comment. You can comment multiple times. It helps the video so much. But anyways, let's get back to today's video. Thank you for listening to my little spiel. I love you guys so much, and stay spooky.
Okay, quick.
All right,
quick,
you got
got it.
Yeah.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
look at this
Where
guy.
is it?
It's like on the ceiling. But it's touching the doll. The big one.
It's on the right.
Yeah.
On my left here. It is touching the big doll. No, it's actually the second chair.
Give us a sign that you're in here.
Did you just hear it?
Yeah.
What?
It sounded like there's like
Noise.
a... What? What the hell? Is there someone here? That was a woman's voice or like the radio.
No, that thing's going crazy.
Oh my god, look at this thing.
It's punching.
What?
It's like it's kind
Am I hearing this?
Shh. Yeah. Oh my god, it's crawling. Where'd that come from?
It's the other side of this wall.
What the hell?
Oh my god.
Oh, what was that?
Is somebody in the house?
This thing is up on the ceiling.
Hello? Oh, someone's in here.
Somebody's in the house.
What the hell?
Crazy.
The door's open. I mean,
Hello?
by the way, this thing is still stuck. It's over here.
All right, if that's you that we can see,
How big it is.
can you move something in this room or knock again or bang on something?
It's like creaking.
Okay, this thing is just staying here. Can you like get down from the ceiling and sit on the floor? Come down off the ceiling, please. What is that shuffling out there?
Like something is moving around out there.
I keep thinking that door was gonna shut. I wish not.
Yeah.
Can you shut that door for us, please? So we're in here.
Look, it's coming down. I don't know. Can you
Looks like there's two of them.
yeah, there might be. Can you get on one of the chairs with the dolls? Are you?
Oh, look it! It did! It actually did!
Oh!
Dude, it did!
Right when you said
That's
that.
crazy! What the f?
Oh. This thing's moving all over. Can you go on that chair where the light went off, where I think you set that light off? Oh, disappeared.
Crazy.
Disappeared.
Dude, that was wild.
That
All the noises.
was crazy.
You ask it to get on the chair and the cat ball goes, oh!
It's still here. I mean, it's not here right now, but it's obviously here. Can you reappear? Oh, there goes the ball.
Dude, they're just sitting there. Can you move one of these dolls?
This is the ball going off over here. You can't see it on the screen, but this chair.
Dude, that's crazy, actually.
That was...
You said, can you sit in the chair? And it's like sitting there now.
Oh my god, that scared me.
Alright, let's try to be really quiet while you scan and just listen for like 3 minutes.
Okay.
If there's somebody in here, could you please make another noise like you did before? Sounding like there's stuff coming from out there.
Mm-hmm. Right. I'm glad I'm not in the back.
Thanks.
Oh, there's someone right there.
I'm getting like really, really freaked out.
Why?
I don't know, I just got like a really, really bad feeling. That cat ball just keeps going off.
That's so weird, right when you said it, too. Sit in the chair. Can you give us a big sign that you're here? Knock one of those balls down the stairs? It's getting colder in here. Like legit.
It was really hot when we first
It's fucking weird. It's actually getting cold on my right side. Coming from those dolls.
Oh, what the hell?
What was that?
There's someone actually here?
This is the exact time that the murders happened at.
Oh my god.
Oh, God.
You know, somewhere between midnight and 3 a.m.
Yeah.
You know what's really freaky to think of? There's no, like, light fixtures in this house. How the fuck was that guy able to maneuver around this house?
True. In the pitch dark.
In the pitch black. There were no street lights.
He had an oil lamp.
That's even more freaky.
That's
I know.
creepy.
Oh. Like, lighting an oil lamp and then walking around the house with an axe.
Ugh.
Setting it down in each room.
It's very unsettling.
Picking it back up with all
Oh, look! I got
bloody
one on Colin.
hands.
You got your camera?
Yeah.
Look at this little one. This little one attached to Colin right here on the left. See it?
Mm-hmm.
There's Colin. Now one appeared on his shoulder. It's on your left arm, Colin.
You mean this one? My right arm?
Yeah. Yes, your right arm.
That's weird because I just caught
Dude,
it
it's
and
hanging.
said it, I feel cold on my right side.
It's all over your right arm up to your shoulder.
Who is this?
Can you move down on Colin or over on? Oh, look it! It is moving. Can you move? Oh, Colin, it's like your head from your. It's on your leg.
Yeah, I feel cold on my right side.
All over his right side. Can you like move on to Colin's stomach or chest area? Oh, it's gone.
The cat ball stopped right when
Look,
it got
look,
on
and
me.
this is
Look at
Colin
that.
mapped out perfectly. That little thing was right here.
Isn't that weird? The cat ball stopped when it came over to me.
That is weird.
Like, look at it. Oh, I feel like burning on my back.
On your back? Oh, there's one on the chair with the cat ball. Look at where the cat ball was. Guys, it's laying down. Do you want to see? Do you want to see it?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
It's a big one.
Look at it, it's kicking all the way over. Oh my gosh.
Move something in here, would you?
Can you knock one of those dowels off, please? Use your energy. Knock one of the dowels off.
Oh my
shit.
God.
What the
was
guys.
that?
Guys.
I don't want to be over there.
Hold on.
What the was that?
Okay, do you have your flashlight?
Uh-oh.
Oh, wait.
Shh. Okay, hold on.
Careful, there's nails everywhere.
We gotta be careful.
What the
The door downstairs may not be open. Or may be open.
Hello?
Do you have any Here, let me have that light. What?
You didn't hear that down there?
Okay, there's someone.
Just like a big movement.
There might have been someone that threw something up your guys. We gotta be careful.
Hello?
You're not supposed to be in here if you're in here.
Unless it was in here first.
What?
Unless it was in here first.
Don't say.
There's probably someone coming to reduplicate the murders. Connor's making jokes.
Yeah.
Okay, somebody had to throw something up, like over the stairs.
Dude, it's like someone's walking around.
Do you think that we need to check?
Shh.
What's that noise?
We gotta decide if we're gonna do something.
I'm gonna listen. Just let's be quiet for a sec. It sounds like somebody's walking around out there. Doesn't it?
It does.
Jeff, ask it.
Ask it to come up
Yeah,
here.
yeah, tell it to come in here.
Or leave.
You're not supposed to be in here. If you're a spirit, you can come in, but not if you're a real person. There's 5 of us.
5?
4 of us.
That doll. That's 5. The evil Johnny doll.
Gosh, I'm getting kind of sick.
Come on in. Moore family, Stillinger girls, evil axe-wielding demon, walk into this room, please. All right, that's this time?
Yeah, for sure.
Jeez.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's freaky, man.
This chair
All right, Fudge.
is gonna go over.
Where am I gonna go?
Colin.
Jeff, you
Sorry,
gotta sit
Connor.
with your back to the
Really?
door. Fuck yeah.
I don't have to be at the door.
That's right.
Come on.
When the Big Bang went.
So, apparently you were here when all this went down, whoever we're speaking with. Cuff those nails, dude. Oh my god. This fucking guy almost impaled himself.
Don't speak.
Well, you too, Colin. Watch out.
I know. Okay, can you tell us the name of the guy who murdered the whole family here? You've confirmed the name before. Say it again.
I'm getting that pee smell he was talking about.
Me too.
I am too.
He left.
What was that?
You leave.
Urine.
Oh.
It's gross.
I've never been happier.
Paul. Oh, it smells like shit in here, dude.
It did not.
What the f is that?
It's like urine.
Dude, it smells like
ammonia.
B.O.
Ammonia, B.O.
Oh, dude, that is crazy. Holy shit, it smells fucking bad. You smell that, actually?
Yeah.
Yo, what the f... Oh, and I got chills on my body. All of a sudden, I'm getting goosebumps.
Ooh, it's like bats. Dead bats. There's dead bats.
Who is it that just came in that smells so bad?
Oh my god. It's like it keeps getting worse.
Dude, somebody, a spirit, just came in here. And it smells like that. That's crazy.
And people are gonna say like, oh, sulfur, it smells like sulfur. It's
Oh, it just said... It's like... I can't quite understand. I think it said his, me, or it's me. But it said like...
It stinks.
It's me. Like, or his me. His me?
But this is not what I was saying. It's not like a sulfur like demon smell. This is like
a really deep voice.
Like a body odor.
Yeah, human excrement filth.
Yeah.
Kind of smell.
You've heard that story before. You've heard that story. What?
What's the name of the guy who murdered the family? Please, can you say it? I think we smell his residual energy in here. It's crazy.
God, my nose is running.
It smells so fucking bad. It's crazy.
It's like my nose is stinging.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, you guys.
There's something in the floor.
All right. What's in
Like
the
he's
floor?
making me feel like there's something like stinky in the floor. Like it's making my nose run.
Who's in here with us?
Do you hear that? What the f? That was from in the goddamn room.
Yeah.
Do you hear that? Do you hear that? Do you hear that?
Kind of having a hard time breathing.
Yeah. Over here. Behind me.
It really is like burning my nose.
Mm-hmm.
Like a straight up
My
ammonia
throat
smell.
is like really dry, or I don't know if you guys are feeling stuff or not, but
Okay, who is in here? Give us a name.
I don't think you need to know, or I don't think you need something.
We do need to know your name. Tell us your
I
name.
told you.
Just tell us.
That is crazy. Direct.
God.
Are you saying we don't need to know because we already know who it is?
Man, I've got like, there's like a fume in here, or like, I'm getting like really closed throat.
Yeah.
Was the guy who murdered the family, did he come from the train?
God. It's really like burning.
Did the man come from the train?
I came from the high ground.
What the? Is the train track above this area?
Well,
I get no respect.
why did you kill the people?
You know what's crazy is I didn't even mention.
I killed them.
Why?
It was a woman's voice, though.
Now this is wild. I didn't even bring this up during our initial talk through.
Bats again.
But he,
like a bat.
the killer,
There's like several bats.
Paul,
Because it's lower than here.
was really angry at the world, and he hated his employers, and he felt really unconfident and like just pissed off, and people think that's what made him snap.
He's kind of bullied.
Yep.
Man, my tongue is burning.
So where was the guy who killed this the week before? Where was he? Was he in Kansas?
I was with Griswolds. To me, Griswolds, I'm seeing a picture of Griswolds in the Grand Canyon. Like in Arizona.
What were some of the others?
Or something like that. I'm getting the vacation movie.
Traveling? Vacation?
Did you ride the train?
God, whatever is in this room, man. Like, it's coated my mouth, my throat, my nose.
So, the man from the train, did he kill other people? Give me the name of another family that was murdered by the same guy. Oh, it's cold in here.
Mm-hmm. There is actually.
It's endless.
Give me a name or a location.
Oh. You won't believe me. You won't believe. See?
We do believe you.
I'd love to hear from you. This place is draining.
That was like a moan.
Can you please just tell us...
More bats.
Tell us something about the killer. What did he look like?
It's seriously burning my nose.
It's burning my eyes, actually, a little bit.
Mine too. It's like my fucking contacts are about to
Me
pop
too.
out.
Give me some How big were the murderer's feet?
Not long ago, or not long.
His feet were short, so they were not long.
Yeah. So,
800.
What about his hair?
It's gone.
Yeah, it's gone.
And now it's like a sweet smell.
That's so crazy. It's like a wood smell now.
Mm-hmm.
What about the killer's hair?
Oh gosh, more bats again.
Maybe it's just trying to torture him. Like
I'll
it
never
knows what
forget
gets
about all
him.
that.
Bats? I don't know.
A guy's voice.
Why did you cover the mirrors?
It's my favorite. I don't see eyes. I don't like to see eyes.
You don't like to see eyes, and that's why you cover the mirror?
Oh. Damn.
What was that? It was like a... Did you just enjoy killing people?
The River Hudson. The River Hudson. The Hudson River? Or the Hudson
What's Hudson?
Giver? Anyway, I don't know.
What's
he represented Michael.
Can you give us the
There's
names
a lot more
of
voices.
some of the other families that you murdered or places where you committed these murders? Or he. I'm not saying it's you, but whoever's here.
More bats. I don't know why so many bats. It happened here.
What happened here?
In their rooms. They didn't go to school.
The smell's coming back again. God, what the f...
It's so crazy.
What made you pick this family? I'm like about to throw up. Like it's making me nauseous.
These are mine. I came here.
Oh, that's fucking crazy. That's back. It's fully back.
It's
It's too
disgusting.
bad.
It's a horrible smell.
You know what?
Oh my god.
A guy like aggressive. You know what?
Where else did this killer strike? Give me the name of a town. Or a state.
I've been down there.
Where?
Devlin. I've been down to Devlin. And I kept going.
The fuck is Devlin?
Have you ever been?
There's Twisters.
Kansas?
Maybe
That's one of my favorite
Kansas.
places.
Twisters.
What's the guy's name? You still haven't given us a name.
I'm hearing again Hudson River, or Hudson he works with the water. I travel with the water, or by the water. I travel by the water.
You know what's crazy, actually? He also doesn't know that none of you guys actually know. Paul Mueller, one of his jobs right before he murdered the family was working with the captain of a boat.
No.
Yeah.
That's
It's kinda
weird.
weird.
Okay, that's weird.
Did you work on a boat?
What the f was that?
That's attorney-client privilege. I don't know.
What about...
I would never tell you.
Maybe the people that were accused of attorney-client privilege.
So I just want to make...
South Dakota.
So I just want to make a definite connection here between
this murder and the other murders. So this is just one in a chain, correct?
Is that correct?
I've been to many.
What does that mean? It comes and goes. That's so weird. Oh, it's really strong.
It's like something keeps coming in and out.
Oh, dude.
Oh my god. I don't know how much longer we can last in here.
Please give us the name.
Who is it that stinks?
It's me. In Atlanta. It's me in Atlanta.
Well, who are you?
What's your name?
It's like he doesn't want to give up his name. I know. Give us the first.
Have you ever been to Kansas?
No, but you probably have.
That's crazy.
What's your initials?
I like it there.
That's a little creepy where the fucking.
I think that's where the Twisters are at. No, I mean, I think that's where the Twisters are at.
Did you murder a whole family in Kansas? Or did the same guy murder a family?
It was fun.
Oh. Oh. So did you murder
I enjoyed it.
Just for fun?
No one knows.
Do you feel any guilt?
God, my nose is killing me.
Are you in hell?
Huh. Is that someone blowing air here?
All right, one more time, please. We've done all this work. We want to know at least
I got some pants on.
Oh. Slacks.
That's creepy.
What's the deal with the slacks? Oh my god, bro.
What?
Oh. I just connected. I actually didn't realize this the whole fucking night. I'm pretty sure that the only piece of clothing that was ever recovered from Paul when he fled the scene of his first murder was a pair of bloody pants.
No. What?
I swear to God. I actually swear.
Oh
I just remembered that detail from the book, but they found it in New York, I think. But it was like a bloody pair of slacks. I'll go look in the book and we can see. But that's crazy if that's true.
That's creepy.
Are you saying slacks because that was your biggest mistake?
I took him out. I took him out in Tulsa.
You took your pants out in Tulsa?
More bats. Yeah, this is... Jeez.
So are you saying you're
So many
bringing up the
things going on
slacks because that was a critical mistake? Maybe this is the
I liked it
entity
through there.
saying that the one piece of evidence that could conclusively prove it would be those pants because of DNA or something like that.
True.
I don't know.
Could be.
Is there something with those slacks that could have proved something? That's crazy. I actually just remembered that.
That's really bizarre. I just want to know why. Why would you kill an entire family, and how could you kill children if you're the person that did it?
Uh-huh.
You did? You are the person that did it?
Me.
Oh. Why, though? Why? How could anybody do that to children? They're innocent.
Why did you do it? That's the question everybody has. Or why did he do it?
It's just part of my life.
Do you have mental issues? Where you can't think straight?
Just did it.
Our last question, can you give us one letter from
No.
the guy's name? Okay, I don't want to speak to the guy. I want to speak to the entity who we teamed up with tonight. Give me one letter from the guy's name.
I heard James.
It wasn't me.
James. Again.
Give us a letter.
Man, there's so much noise in this tonight.
I don't think we're gonna get anything.
Oh. Thomas.
What the fuck was that? Okay,
what's going on here, guys?
Hold on. What was that?
There's like a really something over here. A big noise.
What?
Like something.
Oh my
somebody
God, that
threw
scared the
something.
shit out
Are you
of me.
shitting me?
No.
Like what?
Oh my God, that scared the fucking shit
Let's
out of
get
me.
out of here.
I know. I think we need to go,
Here.
guys.
I'm like, this is so fucking loud.
I think we'll have to tell you when we get to the car. This is
No.
creepy.
What the fuck was that? I don't see anything, do you?
Dude,
No.
we shouldn't. Like what?
Wait.
Let's play this.
What the fuck?
Kind of like something.
My mouth is just burned like inside.
Hello?
You're that person talking?
This is like a really bad location for me. Like, I don't feel good. Let's go out there and listen.
Let's get everything so we don't have to come back in.
Did something move in here?
Yeah.
Okay. A knock on the floor. Dude, were you guys like smelling stuff in there?
Yes.
Holy f***, my nose and my whole throat, even now, it's better.
Mhm.
It's just like almost burned and my nose is dripping. What were you smelling?
Like ammonia.
Oh, I was smelling.
I saw
That's what I was
BO,
wondering if it was like
stink.
luminol.
Yeah.
You know, like if it's, but you didn't do luminol in there.
It didn't smell like the luminol.
No.
But to me, I mean, it
Like a
smelled like
body.
something like chemical. To me.
Before we go, can you make a noise? Anything left to say or do for us?
That's a knock.
Yeah. Is that just a phone?
Whistle?
Dude in here.
Yeah.
Dude, there's some pants.
Pants?
Right there.
Also, what the fuck?
What's going? I mean, you should just look in there.
Yeah.
Is that-
I don't want to go back in there.
We gotta make sure we have everything.
Wait,
What is it?
were those dolls tipped over?
What? Where?
No, actually.
It's like not on the floor.
No, the one, the one on the floor.
What?
Was that like that?
Where?
Look at the fucking
Oh.
Raggedy Ann. And all those are on the
Right behind-
chair.
What?
Was that like
Wait a
that?
second, let me see. What? Are you fucking kidding me?
Let me see.
Guys.
Can I go in there?
Look at it. Go look at that.
Was it? Come on. Was it like that?
No way. Dude, guys.
No.
That's fucking crazy.
Dude, what the fuck?
That's fucking crazy.
Let me see. I
Okay,
have a
we're
picture.
gonna.
Here, look at.
Unless I'm tripping out.
Let me see. I have a picture of those houses. Here. Here's my one
There's
picture.
noises downstairs.
Is that all I had?
Whoa! What was that?
This place is wearing me out, man.
I can't tell. I don't know if I'm going crazy.
I don't know.
Okay.
Let's just see. There is
Okay.
like something freaking in here.
I will tell you that the dolls, they were all organized. Whatever's in there. I mean, they were not like that.
Here, we're gonna do this real quick before we're done. Lights out for 2 minutes and just listen.
God.
Kill those lights. It's just sick
careful.
because those noises are fucking
Come
crazy.
over by me on this balcony thing.
Let me know.
It's about to get fucking creepy.
How do you turn this one on there?
Alright guys, this is gonna be exactly what the house looked like when the murders happened. Hello? Hello?
What was that?
Downstairs.
Oh God, you guys.
I'm not gonna stand here. I gotta get in there. It's right here.
Can you make a very loud sound to let us know where you are? We're not afraid.
Something's moving, guys.
You can knock or tap or bang on something, shut a door. We're about to leave. You can say goodbye to us however you can.
What was that, you guys?
What was it?
Right behind
It's coming up the stairs.
Oh
dude.
shit.
You guys all ask one at a time for it to do something.
I don't really like being on this side here, guys.
Okay, let's just do it quick. Let's just do it quick, guys.
You do it.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
What are you
Jeff,
doing
and then
now?
Okay, just
Connor
send
will
me.
go.
If you're coming up the steps, make a noise. What the hell?
Guys, I'm here though. I'm on this side. Are you coming up the stairs? What the f is it? Something scratching. You gotta stop, because I'm not gonna get any of the noises. I'm here though. Here. Are you? Do you live here? I mean, why are you here? Yeah. I've been on the end with the whole time with all this shit happening right here. It's right here.
All right.
It's coming like up the stairs.
We got 2 more questions left because
Okay.
these noises are insane.
You ask them.
Okay.
Jeff, just ask a serious one, then Connor and we'll be done.
I'm sorry. What's a f***ing say? We're gonna be leaving very soon.
Can you make it? Did you hear that kid's voice?
No.
It was just a. All right, Connor, ask it again.
Can you make a noise again?
Jesus. Oh. This flower thing got me.
Oh.
Yeah.
Make a loud noise if you want us to leave.
If you make a very loud noise, we will immediately leave the building. Last chance.
Make a noise if you want us to stay.
Do you really like my dad Jeff right here? Make a big loud noise to show him how much you love him.
Why bring me into this?
If you like Jeff, come over here and grab him real hard.
Yeah, no, I think you've guys got enough of me tonight.
Go ahead and pinch his juicy cheeks.
Oh God.
Pretend like he's a slab of bacon.
Oh, God.
Whoa.
Okay, in all honesty, I want to leave. So, make a noise so I can leave. I want to leave. My head is so full.
Are you downstairs?
Okay. Make sure we have everything, guys. Oh, that stuff behind you.
Here, I'm going to SLS.
Oh, this. Okay. Hold on, guys.
Got lights down here for me?
I'll go on.
Thank you.
Man, that was fucking creepy as shit. So right now we are here in the Villisca Cemetery here in Villisca, Iowa. It's the day after our investigation. It's a beautiful sunny day. Yesterday it was rainy and gloomy. We were up until about 4 a.m. last night investigating. And guys, I think we got some answers. It really seems like a lot of that was pointing to Paul, right?
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
Stinky, short man. We smelled that stuff. So many noises. Confirmed so much. We still haven't gone back and reviewed a lot of the footage, but we like to come after we do these types of investigations when we have time and bring flowers to victims of crimes like this. And today, obviously, we have 8 victims in one of the most senseless family annihilations in American history that's still unsolved. Here they are. Josiah Moore, Sarah Moore, Herman, Catherine, Arthur, and Paul. How crazy though when you see this in person, all these names on a giant gravestone, all with the same death date. Isn't that creepy? It's kind of wild to see like everybody's individual birthday and then just right down here, died June 10th, 1912. To the Moore family, thank you if anybody in the house last night was speaking with us. We're all so sorry about what happened to you, but we've brought you some flowers and we're gonna give you some good energy and respect. And we hope that you guys are happy wherever you are, because some people don't think you're even at the house anymore. I don't even know if you can hear this, but if you can, the thought that counts.
Yeah, to all the people that died that night, I'm glad that we were able to get a little bit of answers and clarity about what happened. We hope that you find peace in that. Hope you're doing well.
We just hope you find peace, and what a terrible tragedy. Hard to even imagine how that could happen to one entire family, but hopefully you've found each other in the afterlife and have found peace.
Yeah, thanks for letting us communicate with you last night. Man, what a tragedy. I'm sorry everything that happened to you. I hope you're resting in peace. And yeah, it's hope you're finding hope you have found peace in the afterlife.
Lena, Ina, we're so sorry for what happened to you.
Yes.
This is a terrible story, but once again, if you spoke with us last night, thank you. And if you can hear this wherever you are, thank you. And hope you're happy.
Yeah, it's hard to even imagine. I can't even imagine the pain that those parents went through, and then just losing a son the same year. Just awful. So I just hope you children are all together and have moved on and maybe have gone on to your next life. But we're all thinking about the entire family and the tragedy.
Yeah, just again thinking of all the tragedy here and how you endured all this. Amazing that you would have a miscarriage the same year that you lost both of your daughters. Is just tragic. We're here to send our love and peace to you in the afterlife.
Yeah, to the Stillinger family, incredibly sorry for what happened that day in 1912, and we hope that maybe in the afterlife you've gotten clarity and peace about what happened.
Now, this is a close on Villisca. This is our third time we've been. This is the end of the line for this investigation. That is tonight. We have one final place that we are going to visit now. After taking all of this information in from our investigations, all of this hard work, we are going to see if we can once and for all prove that Paul Mueller was the man from the train and was the man who murdered all 8 of these people. Let's do this.
It's interesting to me because we know that specifically in June of 1910, this building that we now call Malvern Manor, at that time was just called the Cottage Hotel. But I also know this building was the place to be in the area. Numerous people all the time. I mean, the railroad quite literally was right outside the front door. So all the time, people coming and going constantly. There's a good chance that whoever did the Villisca Axe murders, right, would have stayed here either a night or two before or a night or two after. It's like, if you wanted to kind of go in that vein or whatever, it's also feasible then that even the Villisca Axe murders themselves, was planned within the walls of this place, which is kind of eerie to think about. But that's what we got. Now, I do know that in here specifically, we do get a lot of EVPs, a lot of things that would suggest Villisca. Now, I also know that in Villisca, they're getting a lot of EVPs and things that suggest Malvern. So I don't know if that's because they know what we're up to and they're trying to help us out or what, but there is definitely something going on. There is definitely a connection between those two locations, for sure.
And is there a room in here where you get a lot of Villisca responses?
If I'm a betting man, right, I'm going to look at the original structure, only what was standing at that time, right, which is quite literally from this room here with the bay window, straight up and straight over. So the curvy hallway upstairs, the main lobby over here, the big wooden room, and this area and that area, to the kitchen and part of this room as well. But yeah, all of that stuff, from everything from that point up and over, that was the original structure that was actually standing at that time. So whatever answers we need to get, and the stuff that we're getting from, you know, or referencing Villisca is definitely upstairs and definitely up in that curvy hallway for sure. So yeah.
And the train line connects Villisca in here,
100%.
That's crazy.
So yeah, I will say the old train line, but now has been removed or whatever, but 100% was right to it. I mean, it's very feasible that, I mean, this building being such, it was the pinnacle of the area. I mean, it's interesting to me because they literally would have seances, especially during like that spiritualist movement and things like that. I mean, there was psychics here all the time, seances here all the time. This building has been steeped in paranormal history ever since fucking Jump Street. And here we are still, like, keeping that going, keeping that alive. So yeah, it's pretty interesting to me.
And I guess last question, what would be like the most like obvious time that this thing is talked about Villisca, or like what's the evidence that it's given you?
What really kind of throws me for a loop or whatever is when we start to get the names of the children, you know. Now I will also say, like, I've never gotten the name like Josiah Moore or any of that, but the kid's voice, or excuse me, the kids' names we get often, but again, upstairs. So have fun with that.
And I guess you never introduced for this part of the different video who you are and where we are. If you could just say that really quick.
Fair point too, yeah. So my name is Josh Hurd. I am the head curator here at what we call Malvern Manor in Malvern, Iowa.
Awesome, man.
Beautiful. Sweet.
So we've come here to the Malvern Manor in Iowa. Like Josh, the guy who runs the tours of this place, just said, this was a very popular hotel right off of the train tracks, like very close to the tracks, back at the time when the Villisca murders happened. Now, there's a tie house to this place just because Villisca connected to this train stop, so this was a very logical place right before or after the killings that the killer would have stayed at. So maybe if we can ask the spirits that are here from that time period if they saw a guy, it's almost like we're cops, you know, at this point, saying like, hey, did you see a man that matches this description? If we could get a confirmation of that, that's just an even...
We're literally paranormal detectives.
Yeah, really. Yeah. But yeah, if we could get some, at least even just one confirmation, it's like building a case against a guy, collecting evidence. So... if you want to see our full investigation of this place, we just discovered a massive bloodstain from what could be a murder or a side of itself. So that's crazy. But yeah, let's see. Crime scene. I just heard.
Really?
First word, crime scene. Basement. Animal sacrifice.
Can you tell us if around the time of June 1912, if there was a strange man?
I swear to God, I just heard Villisca. Swear to God. Is he there?
There's a connection there.
Can you
He followed the train. I swear to God, I just heard. He followed the train. Dude, I swear to fucking God.
Did he stay here?
When you say he followed the train, who? Was it Paul?
Him. He took the way. With the way. He's spoken.
look like? Was he short or tall?
He's a dope. Oh, it's like a British voice. A portly fellow.
That's weird.
It's a revelation.
Yeah.
He saw what's within.
Was he acting strange?
Running
when he was
away.
Here? Was he acting strange when he was here?
Everybody saw it.
Everybody noticed that.
Crazy, I mean, that's...
They noticed that he was kind of a strange person.
No one's safe here often.
Where was he headed to? I think he said
Oh, Paul! I swear to God, I just heard a very slight voice. Paul! Oh, dude, this is insane. You know, I spoke recently with him.
Did Paul say that he was going anywhere?
Bad little gringo. He's chasing the juices. Turmoil.
Where was Paul headed from here? After he stayed here, where was
For a higher.
Where was Paul headed to after staying here? Or what was he going to do after he stayed here? What did he set out to do?
A woman. I don't remember. Had to go.
So he didn't really tell people much
If
about...
you came in a flash.
He didn't really talk to many people about what his plans were?
He benefits from it. Yeah, a little muddled. Scruffy mutt!
About where he was going or what his plans were.
Where was he from? Was he from?
He got off.
Where? Where did he get off?
Shh. Information's up. Ragged pants. Like a British man. Ragged pants.
Pants from last night. Or when we were at Villisca. Yeah. So.
He's untouched today. Celebrating.
Do you know what town he came from?
Kept on pacing. He liked the ones that are younger. Creepy. I know that that's a relevant little sentence.
That's creepy.
Superstitious little.
Do you know why he did it?
I'm getting a pounding pain in my head.
Oh, boy.
Bones!
Ah! Do you know if he came here before or after Villisca?
He was the early morning, something I'd never do.
How long did he stay?
You won't hear from Mr. Smith. You want to know that
How long did he stay in Melbourne?
It's a pleasure to hear from you guys.
Who are we talking to?
Yeah. It's switched.
Who do you think?
Is this someone who worked here or lived here?
Did you hurt somebody here?
I remember seeing him in. All right. Any of that make sense?
Yeah, a lot of it made sense.
Oh, dude, it was like, Paul. I don't know what you asked at the time, but definitely heard the name. And then something about train. Dude, that was crazy, actually.
That's crazy. Oh.
What?
Yeah. I mean, it just points to him staying here.
Yeah.
That's not even.
I was even asking, like, did he ever talk about where he went or where he was going to go? And it was like, no, wasn't smart to talk about it.
Interesting.
He's trying, like, he can't talk to anybody about it because that would give him up.
Yeah, he wouldn't be walking around going,
No. Yeah,
I'm an axe killer.
He benefited.
Well, guys, I'm going to do a little more investigating, but good job.
Yeah.
I can't wait to go back and review that. And I've read the book myself. I read the whole thing, so I'm sure there are little things that I could probably connect.
Right.
Yeah.
All right.
Very interesting.
Good job.
You guys out there? Wait, nobody's in there. It was just, I swear that you guys were in there. In the hallway, like, right at the door. All right, well, that was really creepy. Nobody else is in this part of the building.
Xbox. Scanning. FM.
All right, so it sounded like a guy named Paul was here. So I need you guys to think who were here on the night of June 11th or June 13th, June 10th or June 14th, 1912, whoever was here. Did you guys see a short, stocky, unkempt man who stayed at the hotel? Run like a little bitch? Did you see a man like that? Bacon. Well, was he here? A short man who went by the... He might have gone by Paul, he might have gone by another name, yes? What the? Oh my god, it's cold as shit in here. Alright, sir. What was Paul's last name? Can you say it out loud? Mueller? Can you say it louder? Deserve to die. Can you say his last name? What was Paul's last name? I'm not gonna say that out loud, but that's a little disturbing. So the little guy came here, he pleasured himself. Someone maybe caught him doing that, they saw it. I saw him. Okay, what did he look like, whoever's here? What did that guy that I'm talking about look like? Was he acting weird? Nomad? Wouldn't ask you to do it. What did he act like, the little guy named Paul? Was he acting weird? Wolf. Did he mention where he was going? Because this was a rail hotel. Did he tell you where he was headed to or coming from? Car? On a car. On a train car? Where was he going? Where did he say he was going to? Is there anything else you can tell me about what the guy looked like? I think his name would have been Paul. He would have had long hair, a beard, unshaven, was probably kind of stressed out. Around June 1912. Any other descriptions you can give me of him? Did he mention anything about Villisca? Not really. Did he say anything about the town of Villisca or the Axe Murders? So I'm just going to ask my final question. Did Paul, the killer from the Villisca Axe Murders, stay here? Anything else to say about this guy? Guys, I have to say, sitting in here alone is extremely fucking uncomfortable, and I'm a little bit freaked out. So I'm gonna go.
At the end of the day, this was an expansive investigation and one of our most in-depth to date. 3 different locations, all investigating for signs of the same crime spree. But still, to this day, the man from the train, Paul Mueller, is not an officially recognized serial killer. There isn't really any information, no news articles, no press written about this guy, because in the eyes of the United States government, he really doesn't exist. The man from the train is nothing more than a shadow-like figure that haunts the minds of family members of victims, true crime researchers, and people who watch long YouTube videos like you. So what do you think? Was the man from the train real? Did he really murder over 100 people? Or is the man from the train just a euphemism, a boogeyman of sorts? A way to explain the unexplainable. Tragedy, heartbreak, bloodshed, and murder. I don't know, but I'm going to keep digging, and I know that I'm going to keep searching. Thank you guys for watching today's episode. I really appreciate every single one of you. I know that this was a long one, but I think we did this story justice. I will catch y'all next Monday. It's Colin here, and stay spooky.
Hello.